Yeah, yeah, yeah. So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge, they don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like, wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifted. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone. This is Pam Esquire reporting live from her office on the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Well, sentencing. The trial is over. This is the sentencing. Do you know what today is? Today is the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs. Will he walk? Will he go to prison for a long time? Will he go to prison for a couple of months? Well, in just a few moments, we will know. Thank you all for joining. If you are new here, make sure that you hit that like button on the way in and subscribe to the channel. And welcome, welcome, welcome. We did have a sentencing eve last night, and today is D-Day. Today is D-Day. They have entered the courtroom right now, according to Inner City Press. So let's see what Sean Combs is wearing right now. Okay. Let's see here. Mhm. Yeah, we get right to it. We're getting right to it. So at 10:05, approximately 10 minutes ago, we had the judge's clerk that asked, "Are we ready to proceed?" Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell? Yes. So now they were waiting on Combs to be brought out. And at 10:11 a.m., approximately 5 minutes ago, Sean Combs is brought in a white shirt. He puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear. See, I'm gonna make you guys feel like you're there in the courtroom. Okay, I'm gonna make you guys feel like you are there. Mhm. So prior to all of that, it looks like Inner City Press talked about as Combs' lawyers mill around, he has still not been brought out. Well, we know he's there now, so we're going backwards. We're going to reverse a little bit. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of papers and a red book, picks up the chair to search underneath. All clear. 9:56 a.m. Combs' lawyer Mark Agnifilo and Brian Steele are talking low next to the lectern. Alexandra Shapiro stands and Nicole West with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutors are seated at the front table, minus one. Maureen Comey. I see what you did there in the city. For those of you that don't know, Maureen Comey is an AUSA former AUSA prosecutor who was the head prosecutor in this case, who was fired. Yeah, she has sued since then. She has sued the DOJ because she said she had glaring reviews and she doesn't understand why she was fired. All right. All rise. This is US v. Sean Combs. Judge Submaranian said, "Do we have the signed order of forfeiture?" The AUSA said, "Yes, I am handing it up." The judge said, "First, I'll go over that I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties." So the show has begun over there at the Southern District of New York. in the Honorable Judge Submarinian's courtroom for those of you that are entering into this legal forum right now. Many of you guys know that there have been a few updates since we all met on last night. One of those updates is 50 Cent. 50 Cent said, "This is my letter to the judge on Diddy's case." He said he was scared for his life. So this is what he says. Okay, this is from half a dollar. Dear Judge Submarinian, I have had an ongoing dispute with Puffy for over 20 years. He is very dangerous. Multiple times I have feared for my life. I think you should consider the safety of the general public, Your Honor, before unleashing him upon them. There hasn't been enough time for him to reform or make any adjustments, despite his trying to teach a class in there. As you are already aware, the government has spent the maximum amount of money on deploying federal agencies, which appear to be an army, in two locations simultaneously. Later, his son, who's dealing with his own grape allegation, claimed that the feds had hit the wrong house. Anyway, Diddy's only going to return to hiring more male sex workers and keeping most of the baby oil away from the general public. And babies need it. My Netflix doc on this scandalous subject is coming soon. That is from rapper 50 Cent. Yes, he stays trolling. Like he does the whole most. Okay. Like what? All right. We are at the beginning stages. This is going to be a long ride. As you guys see, each side submitted over 100 pages in their sentencing memorandum. They have various letters. They have various individuals that want to speak on both sides. And Sean Combs has also presented a video. How many of you guys have seen that video? Do you think it's heartfelt? Hmm? Do you guys think it's heartfelt? We're gonna play that. We'll play that at the most opportune time here as we cover this sentencing. The judge said, "I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others. I appreciate them." Judge is showing that he is very grateful of the importance and the thoroughness of each and every individual that are pro him, pro the sentencing and against the sentencing that is being requested by the government. So he is expressing his gratefulness right now in the court. All right, Call Me Darling said he's mad that Diddy smutted. Ooh, I should have read that first. Oh, let me take that down. You guys are trying to get me in trouble. Love to Shop said, "What happened? I can't hear anything." I don't know. Hmm. Rich said the video was put together well. Oh my goodness, you guys are really. Did you get any sleep last night? Were you guys up worrying? Were you guys worrying? Were you guys up last night worrying or something? Because you guys came in a little grouchy. I know I was on one last night. I was on one with a few of you guys last night. And I'd like to apologize. I still want you to stay unsubscribed. But I will apologize because I was a little snippy. I even snapped at my daughter because she didn't understand. I said, "Baby, what are the three branches of government?" She was like, I said, "You don't know the three branches of government?" It's like president, Congress, and the Supreme Court. All right, good enough. What does the president do? She said, now she's 6 years old. She said, "I don't know. I said, grab a pen and paper. We will not have an uninformed citizen. We're not going to have an uninformed citizen. You are going to be an informed kid. Okay. That's what you're going to be. We don't need any more people that just make conclusory arguments and don't know where they got the arguments from. You're going to know your government and you are going to be informed in every decision that you make. She's like, dang, it's like 10 o'clock. Can I go to bed? I was like, okay, yeah, I'm a little hype off of that video yesterday. Okay, go to bed. I'm sorry. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Right. I that's what I said, Ray Bishop. I said maybe I should have been more specific and said, what is the president supposed to do? I thought about that later. That's why I said that. I was like, I was on one yesterday, so I have to apologize. I apologize profusely. Okay, guys. All right, let's go on. Let's see what else is happening. Let's see what else is happening. I gotta take these little breaks because it takes a minute for him to type. He does the best that he can. So then for Combs, Alexandra Shapiro said, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. The government said, we don't have a copy. The judge said, please give her one. Please give her one. Give her one over there. Go ahead and give it to her at that table over there. The government said, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense. Bullying. So here the government came back today and has revived their argument that the defense team are some bullies because they cross-examined her. And someone actually was arguing with me in the chat about that and was like, they were too aggressive. I was like, honey, how many trials have you watched? Do you not know that all defense has is cross-examination? Do you not know that? Well, anyway, Mia decided to stay home today. So let's move on. The government said, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rule. The judge said, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? And then Mr. Steele says, the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So they're standing up there together now, hands in hands, so they can talk about their father. Tracy said most of us have no idea what he is doing. So was she really wrong? Like the life? Hmm? Oh, you're talking about Trump. I'm sorry, Tracy. I was sorry. Sorry. Thank you for the super chat, sis. I appreciate that. That's why I had to apologize, guys. That was my point, Tracy. When I really was looking at it, she was like, what does he do? She did know who the president was. No, it took her a while for her to get off of George Washington. She had George Washington be the president for a long time. I'm like, George Washington is no longer with us, honey. No longer with us. Took her a while to like grasp that we have several presidents, but she does know that Trump is the president, and that might have been why she answered the way that she did. I don't know. But my point of the story when I talked about her was just I know that I was a little snippy last night, and so I just wanted to apologize publicly. Okay. So then Mr. Steele said, also Giovanni from the program. The judge said, Miss Slavic. So then Ms. Slavic said, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its right to exclude character witnesses. 940 Federal 3rd 167. Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. Look at the government. So now they're like, oh, he has some extra person that wants to talk about the program. Well, we have case law to show that he shouldn't be allowed to add extra people that are not, as character witnesses. Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. And the judge said, but I can allow them, correct? As I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. That's what I was thinking, Judge. And why you asking them if the permission? You're the judge. What are we doing here, sir? And then the government said, yes, it's within your discretion. So then the judge said, okay, Mr. Steele, for the children and Dr. Johnson, Reverend Doctor, I'll think about the others. So the judge has to think about everybody else. Diddy, I don't know what to think of this, Sean Combs. This judge is whoa. He's asking the government, but you guys asked for it, so can I give it to them if I want to as well? So basically, he's taking it under advisement as to whether he's going to allow these other people that he has brought, even though he's fighting for his freedom, he's going to have limitations. But the government was allowed to bring Mia, who wasn't even part of the statutory charge or conviction of which he was convicted of. Very interesting. Shanika said the judge is not being fair. Glanville son, that is who the judge. You know what? You are right. Now that I will agree with. The sentence has already been determined. All this is nothing but fluff. Yes, he already knows what he's going to do. I agree with you on that. He's going to have a nice speech too. Watch what I tell you. The judge said, now as to the objections, remember I told you all that what you can do is you can object to some of the information that is within the pretrial services report, the PSR. And some people will tell you it's hard, like they don't typically remove the objections, but I actually, and I had somebody tell me not to do it when I had my federal criminal case some years ago. And I was like, whatever, the worst they can tell me is no. So I objected to about 4 different items, and the judge like sustained 2 of them. So and everybody was like, oh, that's impressive. I'm like, you guys probably are just told you shouldn't object to anything and you don't. But if I'm fighting for my client and fighting for the best results for my client who did plead guilty in that instance, then I am going to make sure that I zealously advocate for my client. Like that's what my job is. That's what I get paid for. The worst they can say is no. But if I don't ask anything, then they can't give me anything. That's for certain. So anyway, the judge says, now as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guideline range. I don't know. I wonder if he's going to add that acquitted conduct. That's the enhancement that's making it go over the chart. So then the judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. v. Vaughn, Second Circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553 sub A. Now the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. So it sounds like he is going to consider acquitted conduct, y'all. Thank you, Lolisa. I haven't seen you in a minute. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate it. Thank you, Hood Mayor New York. I appreciate that. Yeah, looks like I kind of was picking up what he was putting down anyway. When he said, I'm going to think about it, but you immediately granted the government's motion to allow Mia to. I knew where we were headed then, guys. I knew where we were headed, folks. Purple said, why have a trial if the judge can assign whatever charge or acquitted activity, which is essentially why they amended that from the guidelines, why it was amended in the sentencing guideline manual for that same question. But there's probably not a lot of case law on it because it's relatively new. Whew. Mm. Y'all, I don't know what to say except hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Okay, we got goals over here. We trying to get to 40,000. All right. So if you have not subscribed to the channel, please make sure you do so. I appreciate you in advance. Okay, let's see what else happens. They haven't said anything yet. So what I'll do probably is when they play the video, then I'll play the video as well for you guys. If you have not seen the video, some of you guys said you believe the video was heartfelt. Some people, it does not matter what he comes with. They are not going to care. And they just don't believe anything because they've seen the video or they allege that they've had some encounters personally with him. So they don't really care. They're not going to believe anything. I personally, well, we'll watch the video before I give my opinion on the video. As we wait, let me look at some questions here. He allowed the government to bring Mia, but I thought she was for her man. So why would the government want her? I think you're mixing him up with Gina. Mia testified against some, that's a pseudo name. Mia testified against Diddy at the trial. Virginia or Gina is someone who has supported him and provided a letter of support. Nina said this doesn't sound like it's going to go well for Diddy. They are definitely punishing him for beating that RICO charge. Abby said that video seems to show who he is, hype man, marketer, and showman. Okay. We're still waiting. Let me look at a few more comments. Vegan Bay said the judge is going to throw the book at him. Stormy said the video did not move me at all. It didn't even move you when the baby said, "I love you, daddy." You gotta be stone-hearted if that didn't do something for you. "I love you, daddy." That wasn't cute. I thought it was cute. Kalanda said, "This is bad. If a judge doesn't like you, he or she shouldn't be able to rule in whatever way they feel. This is an issue." Juan said, "Prepare for your appeal, Diddy." You guys don't have any faith that he can take himself, that the judge can take himself out of this equation and not become the 13th juror and actually issue a fair and just sentence. You guys aren't very, huh? You don't think that it's going to happen? You guys don't sound very optimistic here. Onita said the judge, I think the judge would be fair. Abby said the kids and Kim are cute, but that doesn't change our perception of his known actions. You know, that's a whole different conversation for another day that I was having because everyone did not have that experience with Diddy. Everyone, and some of that, I think what happened is when you became in his for real personal circle, I think that you were exposed to more of his personalities and his struggles. And he does have obviously an appetite that is very large. And if you chose to be in that arena with him, you just saw different aspects of him that the world didn't see. But I don't think it should take away from the fact that he did donate to his community. I think the opening of the schools, all of that stuff is commendable because you get people that get money and don't do nothing. And I think that he sincerely cares about kids, and I think he sincerely cares about his kids. So let's go on. The judge said there is little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes more sense. Concrete harms to force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the fight with and Canis. Well, how do you say that, y'all? Just spell it out for me. Canes. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? So he's going over on whether the violence. Ooh, this is getting. Con. Okay. Canes. What are you? It's called Canes. Cons, Canes. What are we doing here? You guys are spelling it right. I need you to spell it like the dictionary. Let me look it up so they can just say it, because I'm asking for your help. And you guys are all giving different answers. It's pronounced con. You said canes. Toria said con. Okay.
Can.
It's can. All y'all was wrong. No, I'm joking. So he's talking about, I thought that was a hotel or something. I didn't know they were talking about France. All right. Thank you, Muffin, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. It's French, but that ain't what they're saying on here. They said pronounce it like
Can.
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 Forget it. Forget it. Y'all, I didn't ask Google and they're saying the opposite of what you guys are saying. You said the film festival. Okay. See, I got to get out more. I need to get out my city. Okay. Thank you all so much for helping me with my vocabulary. I appreciate it. All right. The judge said, since I can consider it under 3553 sub A, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. So they were trying to enhance it based on him, for those that don't know and haven't been following this, there was a situation where they had some type of sweep in the facility of which he is being held. It was supposed to be a drug sweep, but because they knew that he was there, they were like, allegedly, go into his cell and sweep his cell. So while in there, whoever this person was that was advised to go in there took pictures of his notebooks. And so the defense, Agnifilo, was basically saying that you violated attorney-client privilege. Like, this was privileged documents. And the judge was like, well, I need to know what documents are privileged and which are not privileged. And so it has to be notated on there that it is legal mail or it's legal pad, like you mark it legal or confidential or whatever. So apparently there were pads of which it wasn't marked like that. So when they received the information that it should be marked like that, they're alleging that Diddy wrote legal on some of the pads after the fact, but they had already taken pictures. So the pictures didn't have it on there, but then by the time it was submitted to the judge, it had legal on it. So because of that, that was part of why I think one of the reasons why he was trying to get out on bail as well. And of course, the judge denied it. Like, I don't see any big looks of impropriety. Like, no, I need you to do this. He tried to remedy it without it really helping Diddy in any way that occurred, which it shouldn't have never occurred in the first place. But apparently, we just overlook all of that. And so the judge, they were trying to use that in the sentencing memo to enhance. I told you the government is trying to find every little nook and cranny within this case so that they can try to enhance his sentence. And so that was the reasoning why that they put in there as well, to try to enhance it. Okay. But the court just said, I'm not going to apply that because his intentions weren't clear, because I think they were trying to say it was obstruction. So then the judge said the government objects to probation not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. So the government, apparently the probation said that they wanted it. The probation said they're not considered a vulnerable victim, Jane and Miss Ventura. And so they weren't going to apply any type of points to enhance it based on them being vulnerable. And the government objected to that because they want to add those vulnerable points. And so the court did overrule it. So the court is not going to consider the vulnerability or calling them vulnerable victims. So he won't be getting an enhancement based upon those two individuals being considered vulnerable. Okay, make sure you guys hit the like button. It's over 1,000 of you, and them subscriptions should be going up. Okay, we got goals over here. Thank you so much for coming over here and watching our live coverage. And so the judge said, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. So judge considers them all victims. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. And so the judge is saying they are victims. So that was overruled. So then the judge says there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to coercion, when something is voluntarily, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos into Jane's home, that's coercion. Ooh, Diddy. I don't know, brother. Brother love. I don't know, brother love. Shanikia Young said, oh my God, this isn't going to be a good outcome. We don't know. We don't know. Thank you so much, A Soft Place to Land, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Muffin, for the super sticker. Let's go on. Let's see. Kia Elder said the judge's mind is made up for sure. Amanda said the judge's sentence is about to be appealed. Mark said that's not Jane's home, that's Puff's home. He was paying the rents. If we taking these type of cues, whoa. Let's go on. Okay, we don't have anything yet. I feel like the judge is going to give Diddy 5 years. I said like 2 to 5 or 3 to 5. That's kind of where I was teetering. The probation, their recommendation was it 5 years or 6 years? It's 5 or 6 years. That's why I said it's gonna be. I think they're gonna kind of split it. He may split it. Now, if he goes to 11 years, he just hates your whole entire guts. Yeah, I don't, in my opinion, because I don't know him, but that's a lot. The woman he chose said, I'm thinking more like 6 to 7 years. Sunflower said, I think 3 to 5 years with time served. I don't think he's gonna get time served. You get me said, I think 5 too. You said time served. I'm sure he want to get time served. Um, he may. Val said 8 years. Dang, Val, you sending them down for real. You trying to have him to get a permanent class on free game with Diddy. Talking about 8 years. That's the whole curriculum. Kashawn said 11 years is crazy. 5 years probation and time served is reasonable. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kitty Boo. I appreciate that. You still at 5 to 7? Okay, we gonna see. We'll see soon. I think this is gonna be long though. We're gonna be here for a while. Okay, inner city. I just want to know when they're gonna play this video that you guys have just kind of talked about. Some of you guys said you weren't moved. I thought it was an okay video. You know what I thought about was I went to the Tory Lanez trial and he did a video and it was just so unimpressive to me. I'm going to be perfectly honest. It kind of showed him maybe with his kid because he does have a kid, but it showed him, it had like a map and showed him flying like on the map. It was this animation of him flying from one state to the next, and he was doing all this turkey giveaways and toy drives, and he also, the Unite the People who is representing him, he donated to them, and it was times when he paid people, I guess, to get out on bail for the holidays or paid for their representation. And so it was just kind of going from state to state to state to state. And when they got finished, I will never forget, the prosecution got up and they said, oh my goodness, after watching this, it doesn't look like he was just convicted of, A, B, C, D, and E as it pertains to Megan P. Looks like he's here for a Man of the Year award. Like, you would think, Judge, he needs a Man of the Year award. Like, did he not just get accused of shooting this girl in her feet? Did he just not get convicted of all of that? Like, possessing a firearm, causing an injury? I was like, oh, I don't know. I have a question for you all. Do you guys think that Diddy should have fought that civil lawsuit and not just gave Cassie that money? Do you think he regrets giving her that money? Oh, I'll look in the chat in a second. So the judge just said Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty full throatedly, including after trial. So you're not probably getting that mitigating credit for accepting responsibility. Woo, woo, it's looking bad. It's looking bad. Yep, that's exactly what it is. They'll say they don't do that, but they do. Like, it's almost like if you make them work for that conviction, they like, we're going to go all the way with sentencing. But if you just take this right now, and that's why you get a lot of people that plea that will maintain their innocence after the fact and say, I didn't do it, but they like the finality of it. They like it's the finality of it. Like it for you to go in like how he's going in now and don't know if he's going to walk home or be in prison for a decade, that is stressful. But if you are offered something that tells you you do 2 years and 1 year of supervised release, you're like, do I want to roll the dice and go to trial and face this type of time or take the 2 years? So you'll get people that'll take the 2 years that'll still say, I just took it because I wanted finality. Because it's been a couple of times I told a couple of my clients, like, you should fight. I'm like Brian Steele, how he was with Thug. Like, I wanted to fight. I'm like, why you playing? But he wanted to get it over with. And as you see at the end of the day, Doug and Shard, they ended up winning this case at the end of it. And so, but it is a gamble, and they're the only ones that have to do time. And you never know what a jury is going to do. Like, you never know. You can think you have just presented the best case, and a jury may not like you or your client. Okay. The judge said Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0 point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on the other issues. That is not possible. Under Second Circuit's one book rule, it's a no. Next, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. Denied. He said that's denied. So the judge goes on to say, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Yes, sir. Mr. Steele, did you review it? Tenny Garrigo said, I did. The judge said, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. So apparently there is a forfeiture order and he got to give up something. Wayne said the judge is biased. That is crazy. I don't know, Tori. It'll probably be filed. Dependable Me said the judge hates his arse. That's what you're getting from these tweets. Okay, relax. Relax with the all caps. When I'm gonna try to be, I'm trying to be. Young Thug had more against him than what the two found not guilty had as well. So I can see why he didn't want to spin the wheel. Okay, Brown Mama. I was just repeating what Brian Steele said. I followed the Young Thug trial loosely, meaning every now and then when I had nothing else to talk about or something major was happening, like the judge was tripping, Brian Steele gets held in contempt and hauled off to jail where they were going to take him to jail, or the defense bar come. That type of stuff was kind of like, okay, it's a little lit over there in Fulton County. So I did follow it for that. But as far as all the evidence, I watched Woody on the stands. And that's probably the only person I really watched like that. I really didn't watch. I watched it so spotty, and it was going on for what, over a year, that I don't know. I don't know what they had again too. So yeah, the Menendez brothers though, they not letting them out. They went up for parole and they told them, no, you can go back to where you've been for the last 20 years. No, NDAs can't absolve criminal behavior, right? So non-disclosures obviously is you're not supposed to tell personal information, because when you are in the close proximity to celebrities, you are going to see certain things about them, and you do have prior assistants and housekeepers and nannies that do try to make money off of it. So they have them sign NDAs where they're not supposed to divulge the personal information about them, their families, and how they live, how they run their house, things of that nature. However, when it comes to criminal, like if they SA'd you, of course you can go and you can file charges and you can sue. So, I mean, that just goes without saying. And then within most NDAs, it also says that if anything that we have in here conflicts with the law, then of course that part is just stricken, but the rest of it you still have to adhere to. So they also recognize that there may be things in NDAs that are not necessarily in conformity with the law as well. And if that occurs, we're just going to strike that one provision, but the rest of it remains intact. So NDAs are beneficial because there are clout chasers. There are people that will be all up in your personal life, and you need them because of your busy schedule, because you're a celebrity. And you have to deal with and worrying about whether somebody's going to give your information out to TMZ for a couple of dollars. So I understand that. And Kim Kardashian has sued people a few times for violating NDAs. I know one of them, it was either it might have been her and Kanye's wedding. People magazine or somebody had the exclusive. Nobody was supposed to record or post or whatnot, and somebody recorded and posted, and they ended up in a lawsuit. But um then the judge said all remaining objections are overruled. So all your objections, they just over. So it looks like, I don't know, it looks like it is what it is. I don't see it really shifting based on what he's reporting. Garrigo said, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. The judge said, we can address that. Garrigo said, if necessary. Y'all know it's necessary. Judge said, yeah, we can address that on how to pack, what level he is. So in prison, you have different levels. And so, like, I'm going to say from the state realm, because that's what I'm more familiar with, you have level one, which is almost like you're dang near a volunteer up in that penitentiary. You're going to be sweeping and mopping and dealing with the mail and all of that. And most of the time, you're there for a short period of time or you're on your way out if you've been there for a minute. Level two is like you kind of low risk. You can be level two and you can be level two and still be in there for life, but you have some certain perks and privileges or whatnot. Level four, and I'm just talking about here shit. You basically, they trying to punish you. They take away a lot of your privileges and all of that. So there's different levels that you can do. You're able to do different things based on what levels that you are assigned to. So let's go on. Alexander Shapiro said, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge said, yes, 380 pages. 380. And I had to read all that. Shapiro said, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. So they're still fighting, saying the court shouldn't be able to allow acquitted acts under 3553. They know if those acquitted acts are considered, he doing some time. Thank you, Miss J, for the super sticker. So they are going to fight vigorously to try to change the judge's mind. Thank you, Jess Lisa, for coming over here. Pay attention to your class, okay? We're going to have a test. Judge refused everything he requested so far. Yes, but he also denied. So, yeah, looks like most of the stuff was overruled. I didn't see anything of which it was not. So what we're talking about though is the PSR report. So in the pre-sentencing report, they have given, I believe, a recommendation of 5 years, and they added some points, enhancements, and they've declined to add certain enhancements. So the government on the ones that they wanted enhanced, and the pretrial services, they didn't enhance it. The government objected to that. Then what some of the enhancements that pretrial services such as threats of violence, pretrial services they put it, in there as a recommendation, and then of course Diddy objected to it. Looks like a lot of their objections were overruled, and it looks like what is in the pretrial report looks like it's standing from what I see. Like their calculation seems like it's standing right now. But we shall see, child. I don't know. Combs Shapiro said, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal of your sentence? What did I tell y'all? I want to preserve this for appeal just in case I have to appeal you. Because that is what Shapiro is on there for. That's what she's known for, is appeals. And she was the one that kind of spearheaded the appeals when he was appealing the bond initially. The judge said it is preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to guidelines to 70 to 87 months. Didn't I tell y'all? I said he sound like he going with the pretrial services. Dang, you caught it splitting the baby. Diddy said the judge was doing a great job. There will be an appeal, Chandra. There will definitely be an appeal. That is why he has an appellate attorney that is there, which is very genius to have an appellate attorney there to make sure your record is preserved. Chad, I said, listen. Oh, he got his Trump right now is what it's looking like, Diddy. It look like you going to prison, bro. Whoo-wee. Okay, so then they say, judge says, I'll hear from the government. The government, AUSA Slavic said, I like to respond after defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. Then Slavic said, this is not just a case about freak-offs in hotel rooms. This is about victims hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was his control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factors point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. You know what, Mark? If you don't relax, can we please get 135 more likes? Thank you so much for your support. Nelly said the judge doesn't want to be the one to let Diddy walk free or give him a low sentence. He will have to appeal. I'm kind of agreeing with you, Nelly. I think that was a great analysis based on all of the information that we have so far. His money was his weapon. That's what they say. I think, you know how you have these celebrities that have these alter egos? People feed into that ego so much that they know they can get away with a lot of stuff when it comes to people. They know women, Even if you're not the cutest thing on the earth, they still want to be on your arm. Look at Biggie Smalls. I mean, come on now. I always got to have my evidence. They just, if you have money, there's some, and that if you didn't have money in the back of your head, that half of these people would not give you the time of day. And I think they treat people like that. They treat people like, I'm using you just like you're using me. And so we have to set a standard for ourselves. And my issue that I have in this case, one of the many issues I have, is I feel like the government is almost saying women does not have the ability to say, I don't want this, to walk away, to say, I don't want to be in this relationship. Nobody said, he said, if you break up with me, I'm going to come take your life. Nobody has said that. He may have like called and text and stuff and was being a little bit, ninja-ish with calling and texting when people didn't want to be bothered, and calling the friends and all of that, just like a regular person does. But I just think that, but he had his people that he loved. I do think he loved Cassie. I do think he loved Kim Porter to the capacity that he knows how. Do I think that it was toxic? Absolutely, it was toxic. And he was a drug addict, and he has mental health. It's so many different dynamics to it. And for everyone to think that there aren't women that aren't just as freaky as Diddy, I don't know where you guys are from. But what I'm going to do is invite y'all to Detroit, because I done heard and seen some wild things in my time that me personally would, oh no. I'm a church kid. I'm saved and sanctified. No, 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 no. But I've had some people around me that was just, they could never get enough. They were literally nymphos. And so because of that, he is not the only one. And you're making it seem like, oh, well, that means that you couldn't have wanted nothing like this. You couldn't have wanted nothing like this. Okay. Let's go on before we miss everything. So then Slavic says, the defendant tries to argue this is just a sex, drug, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Slavic is going hard, okay? Sick of y'all talking about the government. Slavic said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. No, you didn't, Diddy. Tell me, how y'all know? Huh? Did he really book speaking engagements? Diddy, come on. Come on, Puffy. This is the height of his hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Dang, Diddy, that was a little arrogant, bro. I know. Say it ain't so. Oh God. Say it ain't so. You said he just know he getting out. Now, Diddy, I call a thing the thing. That was some arrogant ish, if this is the truth. That was very arrogant. You know what, Starbell? Don't do that. Nina Williams said, well, cell block one it is. Dang, Diddy. And they held that. You see, the government held that in their arsenal. They didn't put it in a brief. They've been going back and forth for how many days? They didn't put it in Nan's sentencing brief. They didn't put it in any of their letters talking about the unprofessionalism of the defense. They didn't talk about any of that. All right. But they held it for just this moment so we can say, Diddy. Now, come on, bro. Tyrone, I ain't say all that. I just said that there are some that are comparable. They're equal to that, Tyrone. Keyshawn said that was stupid as hell. It was. It definitely was. All right, let's see. Phew, that was a little shocker. That was a little zinger. That woke us up, didn't it? No, they still got that on there. Oh, Lord. That was a little zinger right there. I mean, prove it for what? I mean, if it's not true, I'm pretty sure when the defense gets up, they'll say, like, what are you even saying? People have asked for it. And how does the government know? They know everything. Like, how do you know? Unless they asked the government if they wanted to participate in something like a sit down interview or something like that. You said Diddy is doing what he normally does. It's who he is. Chandra said you have a speaking engagement right in prison. Dang, Chandra. We still hoping that the judge doesn't become the 13th juror, but it does sound like he feels comfortable with the PSR. And so because of that, it looks like they recommended 70 months. And that is what, 5 years? 5 years and some change, 5.8, 5 point something. Living in Reality said that's probably not true. Where's the proof? They would have submitted proof. They would have submitted proof. This is SCNY now. You may be right. I'm just reporting the tweets. That's all I'm doing. All right. Even in cases that decline to apply the cross reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. v. Dillon, Jordan. Inner City Press would like you guys to know that they covered that case as well, and he got 60 months, which 5 years. Elite Leo said he just wanted to remain optimistic. I mean, they say you have to have faith of a mustard seed, right? Isn't that what faith is? Faith is when you really don't know. Faith is not predicated on what you already know and what is established. You can't have faith till you got to face it. He had faith that this court was going to be fair and allow him to go home with his family. He had faith that God was going to open those jail cells like he did with Paul and Silas. He had faith. That's all it was. All right, Elite. Y'all are rough. She said, that ain't faith, that's foolishness. My sister said we need 500 of y'all to hit that like, so I need you guys to do that, okay? Thank you. I'll be trying to tell them, Kia. I'll be trying to tell them about faith. The MU police just got 1 year for a full-on prostitution. Well, apparently he wasn't hated like Diddy. Well, you don't know all the circumstances either. Where was there alleged violence? Do they got a video that they looping over and over again? Remember, that's what was happening here. Judge Submarinian said in Jordan, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upward. The government said that is correct, as well as the other factors. The court says so there is distinguishing features. He said, I know my case law, and what you're saying over here, US v. Jordan, that's not the same as this. He had been convicted prior, and he was in prison in Cuba for that. So I'm gonna need you to come with some case law that actually has something to do with this here, something similar to this case, something comparable to this case, because your case isn't on point. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? My mic unplugged for a minute. I want to make sure you all can hear me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. My internet is shaky. I might have to. Do I want to put it on my phone? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So the judge said that was distinguishable. Come again, government. Come again. See, he was fair on that point. You know, he recognized that those facts were not the same. I'm hearing 70 to 84 months. I'm hearing that. So I'm hearing that he's going to take the recommendation. That seems like the safest thing for him to take that recommendation. That's what I feel. I said 3 to 5, but yeah, he might get that 5 to 7 or 5 to 6. Whew. I want to see who all. So then AUSA Slavic says there is also a case by Judge Kimba Wood. Man Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit her and stomped on her. That video from Cassie is single-handedly taking him down notch by notch. That's what it appears that it is doing. And they fought really, really hard to get that video thrown out. And I know if they appeal, that will definitely be a part of it. Because it's been so much emphasis placed on that video. That was 10 years ago. J-Mac, they don't care. Yes, he'll get credit for time served. He's been in for a year. They should not be allowed to play it all those times. Another appeal win. Mark Oliver said even if he did horrible ish, if it's not why he's in court, why can they just add up ugly ish he's done? Because the guidelines allow for certain enhancements, or you have where they go upward, do a upward departure, or they do a downward departure. And so when it's enhance, of course, you have your guidelines based on your specific circumstances, and then you'll have the numbers. And then what will happen is your basic, that's your base. And what the government did is they're going to try to go upward from that base. And what the defense is going to do, they're going to say the base is 21 or whatever they're saying the base is, because I think the court just said it's 27. So if that's the base, then they're going to try to go downward and try to get some mitigating circumstances in order to go downward from the guidelines, from the recommendation. Chuck Berry in 1961 was convicted of the Mann Act violation transporting an underage girl for immoral purposes and sentenced to 5 years in prison and a fine, though he served 20 months after a second trial. Thank you so much for the historical facts, King Divine. Thank you so much. They are recommending 70 months, the probation department or the pretrial services. 70 months on the low ends. So this is the thing about this. So I didn't personally like some of the way that Agnifilo did his closing, but they said that he captured the juror. So it don't matter what I think. But he talked sometime, in my opinion, it felt like it's like how we're talking. Anything might come out of my mouth. It's not rehearsed. It was like he was shooting from the hip. And when you shoot from the hip, you may say things or say things in a way of which you may not have should have said it. So because of that, the government was taking copious notes, and they made sure that if he said certain things, they will write it down and they will use it against him. Don't attorney said this. So they said their own attorney said he was violent. I mean, we all saw it from the video. So I think they felt like they had to get ahead of it. And they couldn't deny it, obviously, but perhaps they shouldn't have just said he was violent or whatever they said, because what happened is they're using it against him, and they used it against him in when he was trying to get out on bail pending the sentence. They used it against him. So it looks like now that is being brought up again. AUSA Slavic said the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. I just don't agree with that. That's the part I just don't agree with. Cassie said she did it because she loved him and she knew that's what he wanted. Jane said she did it because she wanted to please her partner. When the bottom line to me, AKA, is I did what he wanted because I wanted to be with him, and this was a part of the package if I wanted to be with him. So I was willing to do this because I wanted to please him because I wanted to be his girl. Now, so the government is saying they really didn't want to do it because they just did it, I guess, for him, is what they're trying to say. Nelly said they can't make up their own definition. King Divine said, but Cassie said plenty of times she was having freak offs without Diddy, and sometimes she did it when she was with Kid Cudi. Did she, King Divine? I missed that part. I didn't know that. Kashawn said, I just looked it up. Usually for pleading to Diddy's charges, That's at least 2 years for one count. Diddy was convicted of two charges and didn't plead. He probably will get 6 to 11. Well, most of the time it doesn't run consecutive, it runs concurrently. So even if he gets that for each count, if it runs concurrently, then it's just like you just doing one count, if that makes sense. Like you're serving both counts at the same time. And it's typically concurrent. I think you have to give a reason why you try to do a consecutive. Because consecutive will really keep them up in there for a minute. I don't even think the government is asking for that. Cassie also said it became like a job that she didn't like. But did she tell him that though? She just said when she was taught, and that was part of the conversation we had during the trial. The premise of this is nobody will want to have these type of relations when they got mouth sores. Nobody will want anybody to have these type of relations when they say they got UTIs and in pain. So they felt like once she related to him, he should have known, he should have cared about them enough to be like, all right, we gonna chill out, we're not gonna do it. So there was never testimony that I recall of which they advised him that they really didn't want to do it. It was a couple of times where she said she didn't feel like doing it. And he was like, okay, I think it was with Jane. They ended up going around having movie night and all this stuff, I guess, in New York and hung out. She wanted to be a girlfriend. That was the issue with Jane. I think Jane wanted to be a girlfriend. And so she wanted to pull away from probably what she was doing to get him. So she wanted to pull away from that and get more into a girlfriend realm. And so when he said, okay, we won't do the hotel night, and then they ended up doing it a day or two later, they were considering that like they didn't want to do it. So it wasn't really a unequivocal no. And he's like, I'm gonna make you do it. That wasn't proven. A lot of this stuff was just inferences that someone with a UTI is not gonna want to do it. Someone who loves their boyfriend is not gonna want to share with other people. Someone it's all these inferences that are coming from that. Them saying, no, I didn't like it. I didn't really want to do it. Do you think Jane was gonna get up there and say, "Yeah, I like some stranger coming to do whatever," when we know, according to the testimony, she actually tried to hook up with him, and I think she may have outside of Diddy. So Busy B said they like the life that came with it. And some people are willing to sacrifice certain things for that lifestyle, and some of us is like, hell no, no, I'm not doing that. So, anyways, ooh, the government said he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear that she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Mia says she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. You guys know Deontay Nash has done an interview. I believe it dropped about 24 hours ago, of which he sat down with someone and he said he was suing. He has a lawsuit against Diddy, which is interesting because I believe he said on the stand he wasn't going to sue Diddy, but he does have a lawsuit now against Diddy. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. He downplays the abuse, calling it, quote, rare, but it was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. So they're saying Diddy ain't produced NAM video, picture, screenshot of him having bruises or any type of scars or scratches or anything, even though he said they used to fight each other. So again, if you're just coming in, this is the government. They're doing their last appeal to the court to try to get Diddy sentenced to the highest maximum that they could conjure up by looking through every book, every case law that's out there. They was on Lexus, Westlaw, Google, Chat GPT. They were over there looking at cases in different courtrooms in order to justify giving him a whole lot of time. So, although he is not going to be doing the RICO time or the sex trafficking time, which had a life sentence attached to it, they are trying to make sure he gets the maximum available under the law. And they hope that the judge is going to agree with them. Andrew said, well, they may have a point there about the bruises. Hmm. Do we have to wait till after lunch for the sentencing? You might, because we're just on the government, and I don't even know if after the fact they're gonna. I don't know how the court is conducting, how the judge is conducting his courtroom, but there are people that are gonna talk as well. That's why I told y'all we're gonna be here for a couple minutes. Asking for 11 years is consecutive since it's 10 years per charge. I don't know. Thank you, Angelique, so much. I appreciate you. J Max said, Diddy, get those appeals ready. You're going to need it. Oh, y'all arguing in the chat. Listen, you guys relax. They do videos. Who knew asked about the video? Yes, that's not unheard of. I talked about it earlier how I was there for the Tory Lanez trial and they had a video as well. The government says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. So, for those that don't recall, Jane alleges that they had an altercation last year, right? Few months before he was arrested, of which he came down there. He was at her house, I believe, and she was accusing him of messing with somebody. And they like called someone on FaceTime and everything to try to confirm that he was not with someone else. Like he called someone to confirm that. She got mad at him. She took his head and bust his head up against the counter, and it was a big altercation. So all of this was after, and this is what the defense was trying to point to the jury, is that they had never had any physical violence ever in their relationship. She never testified to that. She only heard about physical violence when Cassie came out with her lawsuit. So they feel like she came out with this whole physical violence situation because she was setting herself up to get her payday too. So that's kind of the direction that the defense went. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You can encourage or discourage abusers. So they want him to send a message. Yeah, I did see that see through where she said, Pam, did you catch Cassie's letter where she state Diddy been abusing her since 19 but testified to a different age during trial? Yes, I did catch that. I read it. I don't think I read it on any of the lives, but There were a few things that were contradictory from what she testified to. So at 19, she was still with Lindsay at that time. So that was the person who was her producer, who she was with. She was in New York modeling, according to him. She was in New York modeling, and he met her in a club. They start dating. She said she wanted to do some song for her mom for her birthday. He was like, "Yeah, I'm a producer, blah, blah, blah." They go to the studio. He basically said he laid down most of the track without her because she wanted to party and hang out because she was in New York. So she did a lot of that. She was on billboards at this time. Apparently, she was a very accomplished model at a young age. And she was on billboards over there in Times Square, and they had this record that he had produced, and she came to Tommy Mottola. I guess he was working with him, and they she was coming to pick up this CD that they put down to give to her mom for her birthday at Tommy Mottola's office. Tommy Mottola, y'all know, he looked at her and was like, "Oh, girl, you cute." That's probably really what happened. But anyway, he was like, "Oh, so you're an artist? Let me see. Let me see." So he plays, and he was like, "Oh, this is good. You got talent." And he basically told him, "Hey, if you don't sign her, I am." So that's when he started a whole record label, and he was going around shopping at different clubs trying to play the music, because he said he wanted it to be rinse, like just repeat, repeat, repeat. Then he knew somebody at MySpace, and the person at MySpace basically just put it in the algorithm where you had to almost click her video every time, so she blew up on MySpace. And so while he was shopping it around, he ended up doing a deal with Bad Boy. So she was with him in the beginning. So apparently at her 20th birthday or 21st birthday, one of them, there was a party that she had, and he kissed her in the bathroom. And then that's when she went and told people, like, "Oh my gosh, he kissed me," and da 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 da. And then later on, I think on the yacht, she testified that they had their first time. So there's that. Just for a quick recap. They're taking a break. Jesus. At least 135 months are necessary. The judge said, "Let's take a break." So they're on a break right now. Thank you so much, See Through, for the super chat. I appreciate that. She met Diddy at that birthday party. I don't think that's accurate. The reason why I don't think that's accurate is because you saying like met for the first time, or you saying they met up at that birthday party? Because we have the videos, they're still on YouTube, the first time that he brought Cassie to meet with Bad Boy and all the executives. And that was why she was still dating the guy that don't really talk. He don't really say anything. Yeah, that's what we was talking about, Mars. We were talking about Mr. Leslie. Toria said the judge has to. Black people stand no chance in a white men government. That's from Classy. Yeah, King Divine, we talked about this yesterday, but there is a small slither of an exception. And then apparently the judge said, which seems like it makes it makes it subterfuges, will say, it makes like it's no point to it if there's a whole nother rule that the judge still can use to do the same thing. Because that's what he said. Like he can still do it under some other rule. I don't know. But yeah, we went over this yesterday. The U.S. Sentencing Commission passed an amendment 826 to 826 to the federal sentencing guidelines that prohibits federal judge from using conduct underlying an acquittal to increase the defendant. Yes, we talked about that on our sentencing eve yesterday. Did you gave me a super chat? Let me see. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you for the super chat. The speaking engagement was noted in a reference letter for Diddy from a prison reform program. He was trying to show that he has plans to change. Oh, that ain't even that deep. Okay. Cause I went over the letters, but I didn't read all of them. Thank you so much for doing your due diligence and research. I appreciate you. You are a star intellect. If I had some type of a sticker, I would give it to you. I would. So what she's saying is that apparently out of the character letters that was mentioned that he's gonna come and act. But why would they say next week? Like, still didn't have to say next week. I mean, let me see something. See if I could find that letter. Uh, It just sounded bad to say next week. I get what you're saying, and I'm picking up what he was trying to put down, but it just sounds a little, like, bro, you really feeling yourself, ain't you? You think you about to get out? Right along with Mia. I got so many things. I don't even know what I did with that letter. I have to look it back up. Okay, is this it? I'm trying to look up what you're talking about so we can go over it. Let's see. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. All right. So these were the letters. So the first one we had Gina. Can you tell me which one it was? That's a hairstylist, so it's probably not her. Is it this one? This one. I'm assuming it's this one. It's Reentry from Giovanni Saris. I am the founder and executive director of Reentry One Inc., a nonprofit organization based in Miami, Florida, dedicated to reducing recidivism and strengthening public safety by providing comprehensive reentry services to currently incarcerated individuals, returning citizens, and marginalized communities throughout South Florida and beyond. RE Entry One Inc. currently partners with multiple correctional agencies and community organizations with the GEO Group Inc. We deliver in prison mentorship and life skills programs at South Bay Correctional Facility, serving more than 500 individuals annually through our partnership with the Federal Bureau of Prisons, including Federal Correctional Institution Miami. We provide employability, life skills, and entrepreneurship programs that reach diverse populations of men for reentry. Our relationship with the warden at FCI has enabled us to establish monthly programming that directly supports reentry planning. We also maintain collaborations with the Florida Department of Correction. Okay, you guys do a whole lot here. Let's see. Oh, there it goes. Mr. Combs has scheduled the following teaching engagements: Miami Northwork Release Center, Monday, October 6th. Sprawling to Success, October 14th. North Day Regional Library, Miami Gardens, October 17th. Little Haiti Cultural Arts Center, October 17th. South Bay Correctional Facility, October 23rd at 10 a.m. Rights Restoration and Expungement Fair, Saturday, October 20th. Why you couldn't just put to be determined on all of them? He has promised to do A, B, C, D, and E and put to be determined. Why would you put that you gonna be there Monday? See, Diddy. Y'all hit that like button for all this stress that this letter just rendered onto me. All right. Anyways, whatever. 'Cause a narcissist is not a criminal. Mars said that hurts. Mars said, I am so stressed right now. Why? Okay, let me put on my defense attorney hat real quick. Let me figure out why they felt this was a good idea. Perhaps they were trying to relay that he is ready to immediately start proving himself to be a better person and a person that is going to help the community as soon as he gets out. But the problem that I have with that logic is that he was helping people before. That has never been his issue. He had a whole school. He had like 3 schools. He raised money. He did the vote or die. He had people get out and vote. He did free concerts. So that was never really an issue. But I guess because it's related to criminal and how you're trying to help people. All right. You say yes, this is the logic. Okay. All right. You said how long before the sentencing my students are on? Oh, it's gonna be here for a while. I told you all it's gonna be a minute. It's definitely gonna be a minute. Cause we're the government is just they just got done. I don't even know if they're done. They were just talking and the other side gets to talk too. So we'll see. So we already what on 2 hours? Okay, they're back. So let's yeah, there's the evidence. Somebody said, where's the proof? The government just can't say that. They need proof. Well, there's your proof. Okay, there's your authority, that letter right there. Thank you so much for pointing me in that direction. I appreciate it. At 11:51 a.m., they came back, and it's Combs' lawyer, Driscoll. Driscoll said, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. So I guess Driscoll's going to talk about how this is just a recommendation in these guidelines, and you can kind of, tweak it how you want to, Judge, but tweak it in our favor. So Driscoll said the DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. That was his second chance. I mean, the judge already agreed to that, but I get it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Diddy's lawyers are not going to be able to change the judge's mind. That is from TJ. He hopes you're wrong. He's over there praying right now. He's praying right now. I don't get why the disrespect is happening. Who is disrespecting? Is people being respectful up in here? Okay, wait a minute. My sister said people calling names. Hold up, hold up. Shanji. Why does he praying to the same person you praying to? What you mean is he praying to Satan? Just y'all just be saying anything sometimes. Damn. I started out apologizing, and I see I'm gonna have to take that back. So Driscoll is talking now, and he further says Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who say he meant to say how? Do you know how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. And mind you, the defense asked that 4 of their attorneys be allowed to talk at 15 minutes apiece. So yeah, y'all gonna be here for a minute. So order your DoorDash, your Uber Eats. Yeah. Keyshawn said the appellate lawyer is about to prove her worth today. It is. It's a lot of theater. It is. It's a lot of performative going on here because he definitely knows what he's going to do. Tanya just made rice and sweet and sour chicken. So if you guys are hungry, go over there to Tanya's house. She's over there cooking right now. Jam, thank you so much for listening to us while you are working. I appreciate that. You guys can block people. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Where are all of my mods at? You guys can block people if they're being disrespectful. I don't really care. That's probably why it's taking me so long to get to 40,000 because I got about 20,000 blocked as we speak. If you feel why is that the breaking news though? Sean Combs on the Shade Room. Sean Combs has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. They got that as breaking news. And somebody said based on how the judge is talking, he might want to start canceling those engagements. Oh gosh. Okay. Easy Q Universe said, I preach positivity. Diddy will get time served. See, that's who Diddy wants. He wants y'all to put the energy in the atmosphere so that he can go to his engagements next week because he's already booked for the entire month of October the way it looks. I do. Queen Shadina, I really have a lot of people blocked. I was looking on there like some people I blocked and they're like, I tried to give you a super chat and they send me screenshots in my DMs. I'm like, oh honey, you're probably blocked. You probably pissed me off or something that day, and I'll never go back to change my mind. That's probably what happened. Yeah, sentencing can be long, especially in situations like this where both sides. But like you said, like many of you guys have already surmised, he knows what he's gonna do. A lot of this is performative. You have the right to present and argue and create a record. So when the defense team does not like the sentencing, they're gonna appeal immediately. So wait a minute, hold on. I think Donald Trump is calling. Wait a minute. Just joking. Thank you, Southern Belle, for being a member, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. You are appreciated. For real, what if they stopped it like on the lunch break and was like, we have an update. Donald Trump has just signed a pardon and Diddy is going home. What would you guys do? How would you guys react? I'm not in the courtroom, but I am an attorney and I can tell you that defense team is over there stressed out. I don't even have to be in there to see their faces. They are stressed right now. They know where this is going. Once the judge overruled all of their objections, they know where this is headed and it's not looking good. And he's paid them millions of dollars. They over there like, you guys said, how I was stressed about that letter with them engagements in it. That's how all of them look right now. That's how all of them look. No, they're not on break. Driscoll is up here talking right now, but it's just taking a minute for him to type, apparently. Because we still talking about the Jordan case making $1.4 million. That was 7 minutes ago. I cannot believe that man booked them engagements. I just can't. But I mean, I get what he was. I don't get it. I'm not even gonna try to make no excuses. I don't see the strategy in that at all. All they had to do was say he has made a vow to tentatively speak at these different places in order to aid us in, stopping recidivism and stopping the violence or whatever it was. Tentatively. That's all. But to literally you guys put this man on the calendar for Monday. Like Monday. What are we doing? I don't like that. TJ said the speaking engagements are the least of his concerns. No, it's a totality of the circumstances, what I'm saying. It wouldn't shock me if the judge didn't mention it. It's the total because it kind of it shows a level of arrogance. Like things have always worked out for him when he's been in the criminal cases that he's been involved with. He did beat it, and things seem to work out for him. What happened with the whole case with Kid Cudi? Nothing. What happened when he went on trial about the pow of the girl in the face? Nothing. So it kind of it's the look of arrogance. Even if you had another motive or reasoning for it, it's the look of arrogance for me. Like, who booked that? Did he do that over the phone or did his I'll blame my kids. Like, my kids are the one that booked that. He didn't even know he was booked. He told them they could handle his book, so they did that out of optimism. That's what I would do. My kids are just so have so much faith that justice will be served. So yeah. As Combs Driscoll Inner City has put up an extra about the case, which it covered on X for subscribers. Combs' sentencing thread continues below. So it looked like he didn't so they're just talking about that USB dealing. So he got a subscribers if you guys are interested, of which you can get some extra, I guess, on the case. That's what it's looking like. So they're going on and on about Dylan right now. Have you guys hit the like button? He's stressing me out, y'all. I'm gonna need a swig today. I'm joking. I don't drink like that. Queen Brielle said we are just reading tweets and don't have a full discussion of what has been said while in the court. Okay, so Maria said it is just speaking in faith, positive talk, speak things in existence for his freedom. That's right. That's what he needs right now. The judge just isn't giving much optimism. That's all. All right. So now they're talking about another case. So let me pull it up. EZQ Universe said justice will be served eventually, even if the judge acts irrational. I love your positivity. Um, Driscoll is still speaking on behalf of Combs and said there is another case with 7 victims, no grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months, was released after 9 months. Then there's 18 CR 20376 from the Southern District of Florida. They generated $1.8 million and they got 15 months. So I guess he's using his time to show that, judge, you have the authority to only give him the 14 months that we're asking for. Coach Bay said, is it possible for Diddy to keep the speaking engagements either in person or video from prison? And can he earn monies based on his convictions by doing speaking engagements? Would that be legal? So I don't see how he can just do speaking engagements over a video visit. I'm not as familiar with federal, but I know statewide they only allow you certain. First of all, you don't even know the times of which they would give you to be able to do it. And there were times and dates. Sometimes it's only certain days that they allow you to do videos or even in-person visits. So how are you giving times and dates and you don't know? You're not giving times and dates, obviously not according to whatever schedule they give you, depending on your level that you are in prison. You're doing it on the guise of you're going to be free. But I get where you're going with this. This was a very good analysis of you to say, well, perhaps he planned on doing it on video visit or something and or Zoom in prison. The problem is, like I said, is he doesn't know what his times would be and if they would even allow him to do it at any of these times, or even if he has the privileges or when he gets the privileges for it, if it's automatic, if he has to wait. He doesn't know if he's doing this based on the potential of going to prison. So that's why my suggestion was you should have just said tentatively. Tentatively. This is what I plan on doing. So, when I get out, I'm not going to be idle. My plan is not to go see what Cabral and them are doing. I'm not going to pick up anybody and go have them go across state lines. Listen, I'll just watch some videos or something. I don't even plan on doing nothing. I don't win a whole year. I'm gonna be okay. But my focus is to help other people that are in these situations to be better people. And so I already have gave my word that tentatively I will be speaking at these. So you see what my life plan. It's not about focusing on these alleged victims or the people that's all over the internet and coming after them like people say that he's going to be harassing. I already have a blueprint. I'm already thinking ahead of how I'm going to be more beneficial to my community. So tentatively, this is one of many places that I am booked up. I'm not booked up to go and go take somebody over to Turks and Caicos. I'm not booked up to go take somebody over to some resort, some woman. I am booked up so that I can help my community and be an asset and a benefit because I realize that I have hurt my community and I have affected my community in a negative way and I want to turn around. And in order for you to see that I have a that I plan on turning this around, I have to show you proof and steps towards that direction. So this was just steps to prove towards that direction that I am going to do things differently when I get out. But to put actual, you never leave room for it to be interpreted in a different way. So, as you said, Coach Bay, the CEO, maybe Coach B, the CEO, maybe he's saying that he'll do it from prison. But the way it was presented in that letter, those were actual 10 a.m., 7:45. Like it sounds like, and you don't even know if you're gonna even have access at all to any of this stuff. So Tracy said Mike Tyson turned his life around. So I believe in redemption. I believe people say you're not who you were 20 years ago. Most of you, I hope. I hope you've grown. I hope you have more discipline. I hope you have way more to lose so you're not doing the things that could lose what you have. So Driscoll said in the Johns case, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, I meant what I said about making a mold of your ussy. The rest of you ain't worth ish. The judge said, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Huh? Making a mold out of somebody's private part? Well, maybe he said it in, did you think he said it in a seductive way? I'm going to make a mold out of your private part. The rest of you ain't worth ish. The judge said that's not threats or violence in that case. So J Max said the judge is a lost cause appeal. Diddy also changed in his 50s, but yeah, here we are. Yep, he still had to reap what he sowed. Sometimes you don't know when those consequences are going to come. So, yeah. You said once you broke, you have no other choice but to turn it around. King Divine said rehabilitation and education, the most likely scenario where this would be permitted is if the speech is part of an approved rehabilitation, education, or peer mentorship program. Crystal, I'm with you on that one. She said, why not go home, sit down, and enjoy that family you claim you love so much? Now, I'm going to have to agree with you, Crystal. When you right, I'm with you. All right. I agree. I think you've lost years and time and moments that you can't get back. And so immediately you want to go. But this is what his mindset is. He's always on the move. He's always trying to create something else or do something. This is what we know Diddy to be. And so that part of him apparently is still there. But yeah, I agree. Thank you, Forever T, for gifting a membership. I appreciate it. You said maybe it's to teach his prison course. It could be, but the problem is that's assuming that you're out there. They gave different locations in that letter. One was a library, One of them was a cultural center. There's different places. It wasn't, I don't know. Let's see. Driscoll said Miss Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that is inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13 CR 294, District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with the young girl. See docket 85. So they're just going over different cases to try to say, Judge, listen, let me give you some cases where they didn't get that much time that you're trying to give our client. So that's what Driscoll is doing right now. Oh yeah. You Tori, you already know, unless it's them and theirs, people don't believe in grace and mercy outside of them because they all think they're more special than the next person. That's what it is. If it was their son, he won't never do it again. I'll make sure he'll be in my house, Judge. I have my son in his bedroom. I'll make sure he don't do anything. Just don't give him 10 years. Give him probation. But they don't look at it like he has a mother, he's a father. They don't look at it like that at all. Nobody's taking that into consideration at all. They're like, no, he's victimized people for decades. Because all of these were older incidents, except for the one last year that they said happened with Jane. Remember, him and Cassie broke up in 2018. So, no, that's what they do. It's so liberating when you get to a point where you actually love your neighbor as yourself, because then their problem becomes your problem. Their issue becomes your issue. This is the community we used to have back in the day, where you couldn't bring a boy home because your neighbor was snitching on you. Who's your company? They sit in the window and tell your mama everything that you do. The whole neighborhood were your babysitters. We're just not, we're so far away from that people don't care about anybody but themselves. And it's until it happens to them. And I know that because I have people that contact me and they always feel like somebody was overcharged if it's their kid or their husband. They were overcharged, they were treated wrong, but they don't believe that is the same for other people. And it's the oddest thing. It's like, why do you think you're so special? Why do you think you're more special than the next person? If you deserve a second chance, then they deserve a second chance. All right, let's go on. Driscoll says that defendant Riggs got 24 months. So now he comes up with another case of 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. 3553 sub A sub 6 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. You've been working, Driscoll. But that's why you get paid the big bucks. You went through Pacer and put in all the statute and read all 900 cases on Pacer. His case is different. The judge says, next. Who's next? Miss Westmoreland? She's my favorite. So Miss Westmoreland gets up and says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next few minutes. So now Westmoreland is up there giving her speech related to Sean Diddy Combs. Todd said Judge ain't want to hear about them cases on paper. That some of this, remember, he's typing what he can. So there's going to be some missing pieces in between, guys. You said Judge like 900 cases next. No, I don't think it happened like that. But they did list a bunch of cases and they submitted them to the judge. But I think it's interesting. That means that they went way outside of their jurisdiction as well to see how other jurisdictions handle Mann Act cases and what the sentencing is. And I think they're trying to say it's very rare that under these type of circumstances that someone gets the time that they're trying to give Sean Combs. That was his point of him getting up and talking. Easy Universe said, despite the negative connotations, Diddy deserves a second chance. He is an inspiration to people in my part of New York. That's great. Thank you so much, Laversa, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. Probably gone. That was a while ago. Thank you. I appreciate it. I had to put my phone on Do Not Disturb because everybody decided they wanted to call me. And this time is dedicated to the intellects. Everyone else must wait. Okay. So she's focusing on the inspiration. So she might be the one to play that video we were talking about. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't like large caps unless you can't see. Now, if you have an impairment of some form of which all caps is best for you, then I don't have a problem with that. But when you wow. But when you decide that you want to yell at me in the chat, that's what I look at it as if you're yelling at me. So that's the issue that I have with all caps. Shelby said, thanks, Pam, for covering this live. I agree with you. We all deserve a second chance, but I also feel he deserves more time. Not the max, but more than the 1 year he already has served. Thank you, Shelby, for the super chat, and thank you so much for your comment. You see how she just said that without being all mean? She's entitled to her opinion. She said she thinks he should do more than a year. She does believe he deserves a second chance, but he needs to go to prison. That's what she said. He needs to go. And I could respect that's your opinion. Lisa said, okay, you were talking to somebody else. Nan said it's funny how many will celebrate a pastor for turning his life around who had a past, but when others seek the redemption, they are judged. And the church said, amen. Nance, that is so true. It's so much stuff going on in the church. I think Vicky Winans has her own church show, her church court show now, where she deals with things that happen in the church. Remember when James Fortune, for those that listen to gospel, James Fortune abused his wife and like hit her, I think, in the head with a bar stool. And it was all over the news. It was a big thing for a minute. And then immediately, I promise you, it was probably within 30 to 60 days, the gospel community came together and they did a redemption concert. He ain't even been to his first DV class. They did a whole redemption concert, and everybody, we're not going to throw you away, brother. Everyone makes the mistakes, brother. Everyone does this, brother. It's fine. And he hasn't really had problems. I think when the wife divorced him, and then he ended up remarrying, and we all didn't know he got remarried, but then he just popped up on Instagram or something with a whole wife and a kid. So let's go on to Miss Westmoreland. Many black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. You said Nicole got that country accent. I mean, she is from Georgia. Thank you, Angelique. You said celebrity worship is pagan worship. Okay, Angelique. Angelique got deep in this chat. Okay, sis. So, I was given a second and became a better person. Hence, Diddy deserves a second chance. Really B said, question, do you think Whitehead took Diddy's class teaching him how to be a better business owner? No, because Whitehead is in prison. Diddy is being held over there at the MD, what is it called? The MDC? He's still over there in Brooklyn. That is true. We all deserve a chance, but we still have to face the consequences of our action. I agree. Diddy is a Diddy is a good man. That what Young Miami said. He just has some demons that needs to be dealt with seriously. The judge is really dragging this. Nah, that's them dragging it because they want to put on a whole show. You gonna allow us to put on a show? We putting on a show. This is our grand finale, baby. All right. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. They literally say she's sobbing. So she's over there. She's gotten emotional. Westmoreland got emotional. She says she sobs. S. Denise said, I will never think a man who kicks a woman like that is good. Never. Well, thank goodness you're not God. Thank you. God is not like man, because baby man will throw you away in a minute until it's done. Will throw you away in a minute until it comes to them. Then they want all the grace and mercy. How long should he get for buying a prostitute that wanted to come and do their job in another stage? We're about to find out. We are about to find out, guys. Eventually. After a few hours. We already been on here for 2 hours. We got some amens up in here. All right. She's probably trying to compose herself right now. She's composing herself. Well, King Divine, I agree with you to an extent. You said that's why only God can judge you, not a made up judge. So when it comes to the sentencing, yep, it's the judge that actually judges you. Now, when it comes to your soul, eternal life, favor, loopholes, technicalities, whatever, God can do some things to take that away if it's too harsh. You can sometimes you gotta pray, Lord, don't take this whole consequence away, but can you just put a mattress under there? How about a trampoline so that when you fall, you can bounce back up? I don't want to fall and hit the floor and can't get back up never and be totally handicapped. So I know I have to face some type of consequences, but if you could lessen it just a tad so that I can totally get back up and do what you have really called me to do and to do the purpose that you've called me to be, that would be appreciative. And that needs to be some people's prayer. You're going to have consequences on some incidents. Sometimes you have full grace. Right now, he's asking for mercy because you didn't admit it to some things. So now you're asking that he be merciful. So that's the cushion that you're asking for. And God can place it on his heart. He can place it on the judge's heart. But I believe that the judge knows what he's going to do. And he don't really care what folk talking about right now. But God is the ultimate judge, but we are still subject to the laws of the land while we're here on the earth. That's what they say. That's true. You talking right. Okay. See if Westmoreland got her tissues. Nope, she still hasn't said anything yet. You think they playing that video? EZQ Universe said Diddy will bounce back with the intervention of the Most High. Gina came to court, did she? TLC? Is that what we heard? Is that word on the curb that Gina came to the courts? Let's see. Let's see what we have here. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. This is Danielle's guitar lesson time. So let me see. All right, let me see what we have going on here. Goodness, she ain't said nothing yet. There we go. 4 seconds ago. He's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Todd, don't do my girl Westmoreland like that. You know she's my fave. King Divine said white men do that all the time. Let black guys mess with their women. He hanging around the rich white folks. Got him twisted. No, Gina was never missing. See, you got to watch the video from last night. Gina was she was subpoenaed and prepared to testify. And then apparently the government was like, no, they didn't want her to testify. And it was because she said she was going to let them know that it was consensual. That she didn't believe that she was a victim. Oh, it's on the shade room. She look older? That's her? Why she
Richard right here.
shit? That's That's her over there on the shade room. Yes, according to the shade room, Gina has showed up. But yeah, she was said that she was gonna testify. She wasn't anywhere. That's why when they captured her coming out of Whole Food or something in the parking lot, they're like, she's like, I didn't go anywhere. They made it seem like they couldn't find her or something on the internet. But it was literally, I don't know who put that out there to make it seem like, oh, she just ran or whatnot, because she was considered victim number three. She said that the government was trying to force her to say that she was a victim and she didn't feel like she was a victim. So, and she said, despite it, they kept trying to trick her and get her to say she's a victim, and they knew what she would testify to, and that's why they never contacted her to come testify. So, well, Gina was considered victim number three, so I guess it's a good. Maybe she's gonna talk. What y'all think? Maybe she's gonna talk too. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. She's really feeling this. Westmoreland is really, she probably learned her client at a deeper level than what we're seeing. Like spending all this time with you, start getting, that's probably her family almost now at this point. Because you spend so much time together. And yeah, she seemed like she is really, wow. He said, listen, everyone, I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. And that changed my life. So she said Diddy has changed her life. She went to a couple of his events and it changed her life as well. What's wrong with my voice? What I do? You guys got to check me because sometimes I know sometimes I go to the left. I apologize in advance. I can't help it. Diddy is going to be an Instagram motivational speaker after this. That is from Kashan. Let's talk about it. Said Gina's giving, I was paid. Somebody was yelling at me, a lady 747. That's right. Check her. The narrative didn't align with her truth. Yeah, because apparently, I guess she went on Tasha K and said something different, but then she did take it back even before all of this happened, from my understanding. I haven't done much research on it, so I'm not speaking from a place of confidence right now. But I do believe that she took it back and said she was just mad at him. And she asked Tasha K not to air it, and she did it anyway. Mary Henry said, just a simple question. Nothing simple over here, Mary, but we'll talk about it anyway, sis. Is it really the goal of the federal government to put people in jail for prostitutes? Yes, it's a crime, but really? Are the resources expending for this really justified? It's a great question. You have to talk to your legislature. That's what she said, Shauna. She took it back, the Tasha K situation. Okay. What they do, Just Lisa? Why are they sick? Susan said Gina was jealous. I don't know, but I'm jealous of the fact that you guys give other people likes and don't give my video likes. So I'm gonna need you to hit that like button, okay? Shoot, I've been on here for 2 hours. I'm gonna have to stand up and stretch. Westmoreland goes on to say, Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives? Countless lives. He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. That's what I said. She must spend a whole lot of time with him because this is really getting emotional for her. You said, I'm not a doctor, so I won't diagnose anyone. Okay. Yes, soaring energy. Westmoreland is crying, according to Inner City Press. You said the Westmoreland last name is Old Georgia money. I don't know, but she's a great attorney. I know that. I know she can make her own money. You guys are moving too fast. I hope he hasn't enticed her. You know what, Kia? Don't do my girl Westmoreland like that. See, now I got to draw the line. I am totally biased when it comes to her. Don't you ever disrespect her like that. Ever, 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 ever in your life. You understand me? Don't play with Nicole like that. Go play with somebody else. Okay, go play with somebody else like that, but don't play with Nicole like that. Destiny said, our eyes appreciate your dramatic read. This is really how I read. I don't know how dramatic it is. The whole defense, according to Cedar L, is this whole defense is a PR stunt. I mean, well, we can say that about the government. Can we be fair? They putting on a whole show too. They didn't say we decline. We don't have anything to say. He fighting for sentencing. He's trying to create a record is what they're trying to do because they feel like I think they feel deep in their gut they're gonna have to appeal this. So yeah. Is Westmoreland sitting down yet? Let's see. Westmoreland, she's very, very emotional. We can tell based on this, she's very, very emotional. She said he inspired her even before she knew him. And she said he's just a man with flaws. And she feels like he's done so much for the community, and the judge should take that into consideration. That's exactly why Spiro was even hired. Shapiro was even hired in this case was because there was an anticipation of appeal. And I think that was actually a good move to have an appellate counsel or the appellate counsel that's going to be handling your appeals to be sitting next to you during the whole trial. Had to be mighty expensive as well, but if you got it, you might as well. So let's go on. Let's see what else she has to say. In the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. And the Inner City Press had to say, yeah, let me correct you. No, Yi Chen taught Chinese in MDC, then got 15 years for fentanyl. Damn, Inner City. He is on one today. Okay. I gotta send him a donation because he is really on one today. He said, let me just let you know, because I'm a person that have covered trials over here at SDNY for decades. That's why I get to have my phone in here and tweet out what's happening. He says, in the MDC, Yi Chen taught Chinese. And he still got 15 years for fentanyl. So one thing Inner City Press is going to do is let you know that he is not new to this. He is true to this, and he's been doing this for a while. So all of you people that's coming down here all of a sudden with this newfound interest in court cases, he runs from like courtroom to courtroom. When you look, it's cases you've never even really heard anybody talking about that may be a big case in New York, and he talks about them and he reports on them. And he is independent, so that's why he does rely on donations. So if you guys feel led, go ahead and donate. Soaring Energy said, I'm torn. For the convictions, he should get less than a year in addition to time served, but I know all of the other things he has done that will never see the light of day in court because the Whites in? I don't know what that means at the end. You say he also does Eastern District. He is traveling, huh? Very good at what he does. Very, very good at what he does. And we appreciate him over here on this platform. He has kept us abreast as if we are there. So let's see what happens next. Is it time for lunch yet? Are y'all going to take a lunch break? Good morning. It's good afternoon over here. We've been here for a minute, Con and Jima, but good to see you. La said, all of you guys are new to court cases since Ernesto. And where did you get your information from? Please elaborate, La. Because that was a very conclusory statement with literally no information to back that up. Why do you feel that way about everybody over here? Certainly, I know you're not talking about me. But nonetheless, why do you think that? Mm-mm-mm. You don't think he likes Diddy? Y'all say everything is Sonya. You guys are so funny to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think Sylvia's live too, Busy Bee. I saw her on thank you, Yvette, for the super sticker. I saw her on X, like that she was live. So woo, Hood Mayor said, what has Puff done for the community? Promote liquor, buy fashion, politics, and misleading the youth. Well, they got a video that shows the opposite of that. Well, that may all be true. Two things can be true at the same time. But he has done good for the community as well. On top of what you're saying, he did promote liquor. That's true. Some people can say that's alcoholism. That's promoting that. Some people could think that way. Um, you know. And then Westmoreland said, there is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele said, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. Oh, I know. Al B. Shore is over there hitting the air. He is probably mad right now because Al B. Shore does not like no bit of this. He thought this was going to be his time to get that child back. I got time today. Said for those who has not sinned, throw the first stone, is what the Bible says. Okay. Hit us with scripture. So are they just going to introduce themselves and then they're going to play the video? We're going to play this video. I think Inner City had the video too. Oh, Quincy's talking. Quincy said he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you, give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Okay. Good morning or afternoon. We're in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. Mom's the boss. Yeah, this is very emotional because at the end of the day, and I said this before, it just seems like people aren't even putting his kids in the equation. Like people hate him so much based on what people have said about their experiences years ago that they felt like he never had to face consequences for, that they don't like realize he does have kids. Then you have some people that's like, you should have thought about your kids before you did some of the things you were accused of. But again, that was years ago. So I feel like a lot of people aren't even taking that into consideration, because you can be a horrible partner, spouse, and be a decent father. Now, again, on another lie somebody told, tried to come against what his parenting was. I don't know none of these people, and most of you don't either. We all know what we see in the media. That's it. And before social media, we saw magazines and we saw what was on MTV or BET. So we don't really know these people personally, but what we do know is that he raised a kid that was not biologically his, and you wouldn't know that unless or until his dad was really coming out talking about it. Yeah, it was old. It was old. And again, it doesn't take away from the violence that occurred in the video, but it was years ago. But the judge didn't care about that because that's what they brought up during the bail hearing. Justin said, I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next, I'm Christian Combs. I am the one who most resembles my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He does look just like his dad. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. Diddy got to be over there crying. It's kind of touching when your kids look at you in that fashion, when they actually can articulate what you mean to them. Sometimes they don't realize it until it's late. Either you're in a situation like this where they may be taken from you, there's a sickness, disease, or infirmity or death, but to actually hear it while you're alive, to hear it, he has to be getting emotional. I'll be over there like, thank you, baby. I don't doubt his kids love him. I cried when my son said his ABC. You know what? I'm not doing this with y'all. The statement I'm going to make is neither here nor there, but I've been totally convinced from the beginning that Cassie was sent to take Diddy down. That is from Blue Lotus Blooming. That's your opinion, and you said it so respectfully, and I appreciate the respect. You didn't have to name call, you didn't have to cuss, none of that. Honey say that said he had kids while he was out here wilding. I said that. I addressed that. But sometimes when you actually, so you have to look at it, when Kim died, now you are the only parent to, like you said, four of your kids. And now you don't just have you where you get to go out and just be a breadwinner. You have to also be the nurturer. You have to go to plays. You have to go to parent teacher conference. You have to go to doctor's office. And I'm not saying that he does it all by himself and he doesn't have a nanny. We all know Kim's best friends help with the twins. So I'm not saying that, but I do think that it would make him step up more, where now you got to be more hands-on than what you were required to do before. So there may have been somewhat of a change, because remember, he went through the love era. We don't know how Kim's death affected him. Some people's death does affect you like that. Yeah, Mara said I believe it. Death will change you. Death of a loved one will change you. You have a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, and woulda, couldas, and why didn't I? And yeah. Christian Combs said, he told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. I don't know, Christian. I don't know. That's pretty quick, but I get where you're going with it. Look at somebody gonna put that doggone 50 Cent meme. The internet is wild. Okay. Next, my name is Jesse Combs. and I'm 18 years old and she cries. Oh Lord, that would have just done it for me. That would have took me out. See, I can't be a judge. The babies. My name is Jessie Combs and I'm 18 years old, and she started crying. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Oh God, I can't. This a lot. It's a lot for me. So she's gonna discuss her mommy passing away. Rest in peace, Kim Porter. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I read that at the beginning of the live. Shanika, I'm a little punk. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Jam says, see, that don't affect me. Okay. I'm a little punk. So I almost cried one time when I had a client who was playing, and I wanted to go to trial so bad because I thought we could beat it. And she played, she had never done anything a day in her life, ever. And she was probably around late 50s or something when all this was happening. And I just knew I could beat that joint. But again, when they offering you something nice and smooth where you can get out and you know what your time is, instead of doing 5 years, you could do 9 months. And when that judge handed down that sentence, I almost lost it. Do you hear me? I was like trying not to. I'm like, why am I? What is going? I mean, I knew her too, like newer. And so I had the little tear came dripping down. And then I had a colleague in the back. He came up to me. He was like, don't you do it. Get yourself together. You can't be doing that. I was like, I was on my verge of losing it. Her daughter came up and she had just got married and she was crying. And she was just like, oh no, my mama is my everything. That's my best friend. I was like, oh God, Jesus help me. People always think that defense attorneys is just like, oh, you just represent and you ain't got a heart. No, a lot of times we get to know our clients if you're a good one, and you get to know your client and you build a relationship. And that's why she is that lady is the reason why I don't represent people I really know or that I'm related to when it comes to criminal. When I did that, like civil, I don't have a problem with that. Usually we just trying to get a couple dollars. But when it comes to like criminal, the way I was almost lost it, I was like, yeah, girl, you can't do this. And it wasn't like it was my first sentencing or anything. It was just, it was bad. Let's go on. Jesse said, it helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Jesus. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. And she started crying. Sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. So the kids are saying they understand the difference. Their daddy, that was the drug addict, that they probably didn't even know was a drug addict, versus him being in jail right now, and how he speaks and how he articulates and how he's thinking and probably organization, all of that. So they're saying, I see he speaks with a clear line. Next. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless, because y'all remember he just popped up 2 years ago with a kid like, I introduced to you love. We were like, what? Who is her mama? Where did that come from? So you said watch Diddy get out and become a pastor. I mean, it's only right. What are you talking about? Oh, Jesus. Diablita said, I feel bad for the kids, but he still needs to go to jail. They ain't doing nothing for y'all, huh? Nothing. Just nothing. Okay, you guys are a hard group. Your Honor, please let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. Judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. He being nice so they can feel like what they said matter. We would like to show the movie here on X last night and here. So let me pull it up on X because I don't want to do his YouTube. Hold on. Let me go. Oh, did he take it down? Oh, here it go.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man.
When my baby cries.
You gotta give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people, like you live somewhere in people's heart. My nose fell off! No, my lip fell off! Thank you. You hear it? You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
From New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. Any of y'all go to public school?
Yes.
Okay, y'all running to raise money for your schools. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, you know, I was actually very impressed. You know, a lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks, as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. You know, he's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Let's go. Where we going? We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you know, you daydreaming. Sometimes, you know, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go. Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on. To make sure that you pursuing your dream, that you staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. You know, let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. You know, let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream. So instead of talking about the guns and the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before. Things we never wore. Cars we never drove. Houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip-hop. Tried to take it out of just being street. Our whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true.
I started out just like you guys. I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school. I worked hard, just like you guys are working. This country in this world we live in may have planned for y'all, I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great. Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. It's official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt, as one of the only Black-owned networks, we have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we could speak about things that are important to us, and we could have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own communities.
African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change. You will change the world.
I've been to hell,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna make it.
you want to make it. That's right.
And I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ain't that pretty?
This is a heart, because you're my heart.
Oh.
All right?
Okay.
You my heart.
Okay.
May God bless you and keep you happy and keep you thinking positive. Everything's not going to be perfect at this time in life. And you're a good person that understands reality. So we're gonna accentuate the positives in life. Because you're doing great, girl. You're doing great.
God knows.
You know what I'm saying? You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do now. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. You be going everywhere.
Hang out together.
Okay, what's your name?
You were a little boy.
Hi.
Jeannie Ned.
Okay, Jeannie.
Yeah, you just keep hanging in there.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm telling you right now, you did a great job. I'm wrapping my head around and meeting you, and also telling you did a great job at the same time.
That means
So
a lot.
pleasure to meet
That
you.
means a lot.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person. How old are you?
2.
How old are you? 2. You got a 2. That's 2. My name is Pookie the Bird. Pookie.
Happy birthday. We're going to be shuffling it up. Yeah, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girlfriend Kim in the world with 2 beautiful baby girls.
She's sleeping.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, to always believe in myself.
See your foot, put in that middle part.
And I did it. I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want. We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. Yes, and I want you to know that you're loved more than you think.
I had to pick which trophy I want the best person trophy. But I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. And that's what this world is for. They're going to say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
That didn't move y'all with the height, Daddy. I thought that was cute. You guys are a hard group here. My goodness day. Let's see if they should be done watching it as well. I'm gonna look at a couple y'all. One person got blocked and another person I timed out. Please do not put in that chat that man unalive Kim Porter. Do not do that. Read the room. We don't do that over here. If that is your opinion, that is fine, but don't put that opinion in my chat. Okay? Respectfully. And I will next, since I've said it, that's why I timed out the second person, because I was like, I didn't make that announcement. But now that I made this announcement, I will block you because that's not cool. So at 1:10, just 2 minutes ago, the video was over. The judge said, next. Who be speaking next? And the Reverend Dr. Johnson. So the man of God will be speaking now. Then the man from the reentry program. The one that put the whole itinerary on there. If you permit, the judge said, any more lawyers? He said, myself and then Mr. Donaldson. My gosh, we about to be here till tomorrow. Felicia said, judge ain't playing. Elite Leo said, people love to spread conspiracy theories. Don't be having a lick of evidence. I don't like the theory of because you're accused of one thing, you certainly did something else. I don't like that. Prove it. That's how I feel. So don't do that in my chat. There are I can give you some recommendations of channels that hate Diddy so much that they will let you say all of that and probably put it on the screen. And may give you a shout out because that's how much they can't stand him. But I'm not doing that over here to anybody. Not just Diddy, that's anybody. If you're that type of accusation is not something to just throw around like he stole somebody's peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So that's not cool. You said this judge ready to give his sentence and all this courtroom drama. Listen. Let's see. Let's see what we're doing here, guys. Let's see. We'll resume at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Jesus help us. They're coming back at 2, y'all. So I'm gonna leave this stream up and I'm gonna go eat. Okay. And you guys come back. All right. Just come back to the stream, and we'll continue where we left off. You said Crystal said Judge is there for the business, not the theatrics. You said they hungry. I'm hungry too. So I'm gonna go eat. You guys go grab a bite and make sure you come back here so that we can finish watching this. Okay, guys? Okay. All right. So according to this, Judge will resume at 2 p.m. All right. That is where we are. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock. See y'all in a minute. I don't have any music for you guys to listen to, so you might just want to go get some food or something. Or you can talk amongst each other. That's fine. But I'm going to leave the stream up because I'm not starting a whole nother stream. Hey, for those that have been waiting, so after a video was played in the court at about, oh, let me make sure you can hear me. After a video was played at about 1:10 or so, the court decided to have a break until 2 o'clock. So that is why there's a bunch of dead air because we've been on here since 10 o'clock. And so a lot of us went and ate because I sure did. But thank you all to everyone that has been on here since 10 o'clock in the morning. Um, come on back. Come on back. We can chit chat until they come back. We got about 20 more minutes, but I just wanted to let you all know if you are just coming on, a quick recap. The court started out by going over the objections to the pre-sentencing report. Of course, Diddy was objecting to some enhancements that the pre-sentencing report had, and the court pretty much overruled those. Diddy also objected to trying to use the acquitted acts to enhance his sentencing, of which the court rejected that and said, we're going to include it, basically. And found another, I guess, back way in to get it in. And so looks like that may be an enhancement. Sounds like the judge is agreeing with the probation office's assessment and calculations as it pertains to sentencing guidelines, which is 70 months, I think. So yeah, it's about to be interesting. I know they're over there a little bit nervous. After the pre-sentencing and objection back and forth, then the courts allowed the government to stand up and give their argument, if you will, about why they believe that he should be sentenced to 11 years. And they went and they talked about pretty much the same things. He's not remorseful. They talked about how violent he was, how the victims are still dealing with the aftermath and the trauma from his violence. They also discussed, which we all kind of gasped, when he has already booked. You heard me, right? He has already booked speaking engagements starting on Monday. And so we pulled up the document of which the reentry program that mentioned those dates in their attachment. So I was wondering how the government found that out, but that's why he submitted it with his character letters. And there's that. And the children, they came up and they also talked. And then they played a video. And we played the video here, which is basically a compilation of his life. Majority of it, it shows some things he does good in the or has done good in the community when he ran that marathon, and then all of his kids. And he had a little segment about he and Kim and how it affected him. It's wild out there, really. And I'm gonna look that up. We got time, so we can do that right now while we got about 15 more minutes. For those of you that's on here, I just wanted to give my I already said something about people talking about he unalived Kim. I mean, I'm like, y'all just okay. So please don't put that in the chat because I'm gonna have to delete it and you. But aside from that, I do think the video showed a side of him. So somebody said, what's the purpose of the video? The purpose of the video is because all we've been hearing is bad things. And what happens is when you can do, and you guys probably know this in your everyday life at work or whatnot, you can have 100 great reviews at your job, but that one review can get you, that one bad review can get you fired. And I think what he's trying to present is he is better and he shouldn't be defined by his worst moments, and that he had some great moments. And those moments include helping the community, building schools, and running the marathons, raising money, donating money, and that's what he was trying to convey. Also, that he is a family man. Let's not forget about these kids. I get it. It's probably gonna be somebody up there. I was somebody's daughter too, which is, you know, plausible argument. He wasn't thinking about that when he put his hands on people, that it was somebody's daughter, mother, aunt, sister, or whatnot. So that probably will come up. But the judge appreciated the children and said, I appreciate you all coming up. But what I wanted to say is, and I don't know if you all noticed it, was it just me, or did he look like he was on some drugs at that time? When I was really looking at his eyes and looking at he was really, pandemic swole him up a little bit, but he did not look well in his face to me. He did not look like he was here when I looked at him. Aside from looking super dry, he did not look like, to me, he looked like he was on drugs. And I've always said that about his eyes. It was something about his eyes, and I pay attention to everyone's eyes. And I always said it was something dark that was in his eyes, but I never just went towards he's a drug addict or he's taking drugs. But that was one thing I noticed about that video is he looked swole, like almost like water retention swollen. And then he looked like he was on drugs to me. But that was just my observation. Let me see what some of your observations are. Michi said extremely yellow. Yes. Yes, he usually wears shades, and that may be why. You said like when people take steroids. Is that how they look? Like water retention swell? I don't know. Brenda said it was demons in his eyes. You think he needs an exorcism? He needs some deliverance. SD&D said, I don't care about any of that. I care that he is treated as others have been treated for the same crime he's convicted of. So what tends to happen, and I think Diddy knows that, that's why in his letter he mentioned it. When you have high profile cases like this is the prime and ripe case to make an example out of someone. And you will look and compare. I know it happened here in Detroit when it was a lot of political issues that were happening when people were getting indicted, such as our mayor of Detroit at that time, Kwame Kilpatrick. And they gave him like 26 years or something for crimes that people may have done 5 for. And so sometimes they say this is the purpose of giving you this type of sentence is to deter other people from doing what you're doing. And he is concerned that he is going to be made an example out of. And I think it's a legitimate concern. I'm listening to what the judge is saying and what his rulings are, and that acquitted conduct, it was a lot. It was more acquitted conduct that was the predicate acts in the RICO than shoot the other charges. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what he comes up with. But I don't think the judge is leaning towards that 14-month. If I were to make a prediction, the 14-month thing, I'm not leaning towards that. DG said that made him feel more human. Yeah, seem more human. That's what they were trying to portray. So when some people like, what's the point? First of all, if you can't stand someone, it doesn't matter what you look at. You're like, I don't care. I don't believe nothing they say. Even though it's documented, he's done all this stuff. He's donated the money. He did the marathon, showed his cat. He used to show him working out. I remember that. And people thought it was just all performative. And he was really out there struggling, trying to do that marathon. So the thing about Diddy is it seems like when he puts his mind to something, he's not going to stop until it's done. So if he puts his mind and commits himself to sobriety, commits himself to anger management, commits himself to real healing and commits himself to being a better human being towards everyone, even his relationships, I think he'll be okay. But I am going to be honest. I did not like the whole I got bookings on Monday, even if it was for a good cause, because it is for a good cause. But come on now. Come on. Be the light said maybe his body is detoxing. It could be. He will, in my opinion, because from the beginning, this judge appeared as if he had to make an example by any means by Diddy. That does happen. That's Bert F said, free Diddy. At his age, I doubt it. So you don't believe you don't believe you can change in your 50s? You have people that leave marriages in their 50s and start looking 20 all over again, and they working out and they starting businesses and everything. So you trying to say life stops at 50 where you can't learn anything new? You can't change? That's scary. Positivity speaks that people act like y'all don't make mistakes that could have affected someone and don't need to redeem ourselves. That we all, I guess. People act like we all don't make mistakes that could have affected someone and don't need to redeem ourselves. Mhm. You didn't know everyone in this chat is perfect? You didn't know that? Ugh, most people hate this man based on rumors and don't even know him. I agree. Because I don't know him. I don't know that man. I know his music. Everardo McFarland said, this is sad that nobody understands what the government tried to do by dusting off the racist the Man Act in this ridiculous case. I wouldn't say that nobody understands. I think some of us understand what happened here. I do. I don't even think I got this mic on while I'm up here holding this mic up. Hold on. Hello. Yeah, well, I'll keep it off for now. Long as y'all can hear me. Catherine, thank you for the super chat. You said his eyes look yellowish, possibly a liver issue due to alcohol consumption and not enough H2O. Prayers for Sean Combs. That's what it looked like to me as well, that something was going on. So that means that if he's in there, I wonder what he looks like now. Like if he has to, well, he said they got to boil the water because the water ain't safe. But if he's been drinking water and all he has is to drink water and sit with himself, and he may suffer from depression, or a lot of people go to alcohol or drugs or whatever because they trying to escape their realities. Now he had to sit with himself for the last year. So, those aren't mistakes we all make. Well, your mistakes aren't going to be my mistakes. I'm sure I made some that you haven't made and vice versa. But are there people that are when it comes to domestic violence, and I'm going to speak for the state of Michigan, typically your first time getting a domestic violence, you're not doing any time. When you get a domestic violence the first time, they'll probably put you on some type of like we have statutes to put you in a diversion program and for you to get anger management. If you come back, now the only problem with that sometimes is a lot of people are going through the program because they want to do what the court tell them they have to do. And I think that's those type of programs you should do when you're ready to commit and submit. So you're ready to change, not because you're forced to change. So I don't know how effective it always is. For some people, it scares them into it. And so they are ready to commit because they don't want to come back. For some people, they just go, I think they go with go through the motions. The second time, oftentimes, depending on how it is, you may get probation. So now you're going to have a record. You're not going to be able to immediately expunge it. But it's not something that is that it's almost like the third, fourth time where they start trying to for real throw the book at you and give you some time. But they usually give you that time to go get some classes, is what I'm saying. In this case, it looks like he was abusive when he was with Cassie for some years. The few times that they mentioned in the trial where the police were called, she declined to give her name or anything in order for him to get in trouble, to prevent him from getting in trouble. So when it came to that, there were a few incidents of which he could have been arrested for it and had to go to anger management. But she just something that she declined to do, or she wasn't ready to do, or she knew she was going to go back to him. Whatever it was, she chose not to do that. And so back then, during those times, I think some of this could have been nipped in the bud if he was forced to. And I understand people are like, he had influence over everybody. He knew the police, he knew the FBI, he had the police working for him. I get all of that. I really do. But how else, if you don't even report it, how else is he going to be held accountable? And so what I think the judge is going to do, and probably when he does his spiel and talk, he'll probably say that he has not been made to be held accountable. People have let him get away with stuff, and that's partially what's going to be a part of what he makes his decision based on. All his great moments are canceled out with the bad. They were so bad, he not on trial for his past deeds, but you have to pay for it all. Not in the criminal justice system. We have statutes of limitations. You may have to pay for it just in life because you have the principle of reaping and sowing. But in the criminal justice system, the reason why they have statutes of limitations is because they don't want it where the claim gets stale and then you can't adequately defend yourself. So, although I hear what you're saying from a judicial standpoint, from a legal standpoint, which is what we do over here, they're not supposed to, the judge is supposed to give him a sentence that is fair and just and based on what he is convicted of, and not turn into the 13th juror. We're going to know how he feels if he decides to do a statement. If he does a statement and says, you've done some horrible things to people and you've gotten away with for decades or however. Because I had a sentencing where I was like, when I tell you this Judge Lamb, she's retired now. I might say she want to come on my platform one day. She lambasted my client. When I tell you, I was like, and he got a lesser included. It was like lesser than, because he was convicted of unaliving someone. Well, charged with unaliving someone, and that wasn't like, it was life without parole and all of that. But he was charged with it was a group of guys. And so everyone was kind of getting charged for what other people were doing as like accomplices and accessories and conspiracies and all of that. So it wasn't that you necessarily were the one that pulled the trigger, but if you got rid of the car, if you went and got the tape, if you went and whatever, everybody was getting charged with first degree unaliving. She stayed up all night long, I'm telling you, to go in on my client. She was like, like, I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for this moment. You said you're late. You ain't missed nothing. Won't have an answer yet, so you ain't missed nothing. Okay, it is 2:00, so let's see. We were just chit-chatting after I got done. Let me see. Let's see where this thread is. All right, so we'll see. Let's pull this up and see. Thank you all so much for coming back. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. And that is what happened. The last tweet was resuming at 2:00, so we should be resuming soon. If you guys could do me a favor and hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, that would be great. I think I want to put my mic on. Hello. Can you hear me? Alyssa Mixon said I'm no Diddy fan, but this is some BS. Hey, Dad Part. Good to see you. We're just up here trying to see what Diddy is gonna get, what his fate is. That's what we waiting on right now. What's that? Oh, so that's Gary Johnson is up next. He did do a letter as well. So that is who's supposed to be up, Reverend a Doctor. I don't know. Mike is tripping, so we're just gonna go with the flow. Maybe they telling me I need to charge something. All right. Cut this off. All right. Dang, Sheree. She said she want to know what them numbers are looking like. Listen, Sean, like, take your time, especially if it ain't looking that good. Take your time. Juan said throwing the book means he is going home. Y'all want this judge to write a new book. Okay. All right, Juan. Alyssa said, how are they considering or even allowing discussion of stuff he hasn't been convicted of or even charged for? So, because there is an exception, there's always an exception. Everything has an exception. And so the government was able to show, and the court agreed, that this case falls within the exception. There were a lot of overlapping actions, I guess, for the same charges. So they were able to convince the judge, and the judge agreed based on the case law presented that apparently you can use other acquitted conduct. And the judge started out by saying that there's no real law on point because it is a newer amendment. It's been around for a little minute, but it is still considered a newer amendment. Let's see. Did we resume yet? Are we late? What is happening? These are all the threads we went through earlier, guys. You're fine, just Lisa. We all stepped away for a minute. We were just chit-chatting about the video and the thoughts that people had on the video. The fact that some of you guys didn't even think that the baby saying, "I love you, daddy," was cute. You guys are just, my goodness, you guys are a tough crowd. Maybe it's the mommy in me or something. I don't know. Them kids would have started crying in that court when I'd be like, "Yeah, let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. He need to go be with the babies. Let him go." That would have been me. I know. I know. That's why I can't do stuff like that with people. I know. Because I know how I be. That's okay. They can live with me, Your Honor. I have about 30 people living in my house. All right, they can go. I will, as an officer of the court, I will guarantee that they're going to be good. I don't know how, but I'm gonna guarantee. Not the babies crying. Yeah, it'd have been horrible for me. Them kids are what that mean? You can't cry? Shoot, I still need my mama and daddy. What you talking about? Child, you still need your parents. It's a blessing to have your parents when you are grown up. Shoot. They said when the kids started crying, half the courtroom also started crying. I see why y'all playing me. Cause I said I would be crying. I'm sharing a vulnerable moment, and you guys like, whatever, Pam. Come on, this is too much. You shouldn't care like that. I'm telling you, I wouldn't have been able to make it. I'd have had to get myself together. I would have to gather myself. Ooh. Miss Rose, I'm a crier. I will cry just because I see you crying, but I also was crying when Cassie was crying. Yeah, I'm a crier. I'm a crier when I see other people cry that I care about more so, and her and kids. Like that's kind of my thing. But generally speaking, I know some people can just like I had two of my kids that could just cry on a dime. They would be, "Mommy, I'm so sorry." I'm like, if you don't cut it out. And then they start laughing and be wiping their tears. Like they should definitely have been in the acting, especially my daughter. So I don't always, they taught me how to be a little desensitized from it, but kids crying for their daddy, I don't know. Or their mom or whoever is just, I don't know. Let them go. Oh my gosh. Like, what is taking so long? You said trust and believe. Yeah, they are being taken care of anyway. I know that. I don't think that's even a question. Because it was Kim's best friend we're taking care of the younger ones, the minors. And so, yeah. Other parents are in prison or kids are growing. That don't make it any better just because it happens. We know that. Some of you guys have no empathy at all. Wish I could have seen Westmoreland crying on the stand for Diddy. Well, she wasn't on the stand. She was standing there talking about her client. That's all. You guys are Hey, lovely 31 Blueprint. Good to see you. Just Lisa said this is a very sad situation because of the young girls need a father. Yeah. What do you do? Southwest Houston said Diddy should have thought about the consequences. He's the one who put his family through it. You know, he knows it. He said it in his letter. He's there because he put himself there. I don't think that's anything to debate about. I don't think that's debatable. He definitely put himself there. It's just how much should the consequence be for where he put himself? That is the question. Just Lisa, you know you wrong. You know you wrong. Queen Shadina said, Pam, if the judge gave him 3 years with credit for time, sir, how many more months would he have to do? Specifically, you do about 85% of the time each year. So oftentimes they'll for instance, they'll sentence you to a year and a day because they know you'll probably do about 9 months. So you have to at least do a year to be able to get that type of credit. So it's they'll sentence you to a year and a day and then you'll get 9 months. So just say like a year and a day for every year and a day, 9 months. Instead, if he falls under the criteria because he's been that model inmate or done different tasks to get credits, to get certain reductions, good time reductions, and whatever other reductions that they have. Y'all are just Lord have mercy. Come on with this sentencing, y'all. They're back. Judge Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele, you know how Brian Steele is. He is the epitome of what the court looks like, okay? He's probably like, Your Honor, may it please this honorable court. My name is Brian Steele, and it is a pleasure for me to represent Mr. Combs. All right, let's see what he says for real. I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. Brian be landed on thick. He has so much deference. Everything he does is to let you know you are the head honcho. I respect you and your courtroom. And the fact that you let me pro hoc in, I'm just honored. You didn't have to let me practice here because I am not licensed here. Now, Westmoreland, from my understanding, is licensed in New York and in Georgia. But Brian still is licensed in Georgia, so he pro hocked in. I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive way. His attorneys like him. They named him the Rico remover. You know what? That's kind of funny. That has a little catch to it. He might want to trademark it. He does. You know what? You say it's theatrics. It's not really theatrics because when you go to higher courts like the Court of Appeals, Supreme Courts, there's a certain decorum. It's not as relaxed. So you do go before them, and the lines that you've learned in law school that you never use in state court, use it there. So you're like, may it please this honorable court to all of the justices. My name is Pamela Campbell, and I represent such and such and so and so. Your Honor, if you would allow me to, I would like to just use 20 minutes and then say 5 minutes for my rebuttal. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then you go on, and then if you want to walk, you're like, Your Honor, can I walk about the wells of the court? You don't use none of that stuff for real when you in state court. You kind of ask them like, do you mind if do I got to stay behind the podium? Because walk about the wells of the court is you being able to walk around while you're talking. You let the judge knows this is your courtroom, this is your playing field, and you do the rules because you are the referee, and you're gonna tell me how the rules go. And so that's what you do. But when you get to state courts, you just get relaxed. You're like, "Good morning, judge." They're like, "Hey, girl." No, they don't do that. But they're like, "Good morning. What are we here for?" And you kind of, it's a little bit more laxed. When you get into federal court, it's of course more stringent when you get into federal court. But yeah, the appellate courts is when you start seeing more of what you've learned as far as decorum and putting your appearances on the record and certain verbiage that you should use. That usually happens in more higher courts. So he uses it all around. He's very thankful. He's very I mean, he had a couple of issues during his trial though. He took a couple shots, I think, and the judge got a little mad. But for the most part, Brian Steele is out. That's why I was crazy, even with the Young Thug situation. Remember when he was like, "Your Honor, I would just request one thing, and I respect your court. I respect you, Judge. I've been before you 1,000 times. I just want to be able to be with my client over the weekend. If I have to do jail time, can he be my bunkie so we can go over his case?" It's like, what? And he had the whole defense bar. They came off their floors in that courtroom to come support him and enter appearances and help him because he is just a nice guy. And he seems very respectful. So, anyway, Steele says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. I'm sure it was something in between. Like they got the ... because I think he knows that it kind of sounds weird to go from we talking about the Mann Act to his father being killed. So there was something in between. He just couldn't type fast enough. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs. Moved them to Mount Vernon. So he's given his, I guess, the life of Sean Combs now. Yeah, I like Brian still. He's cool. I still like Nicole better, but Brian is cool. How do you feel? How do you see you over here a lot? So I don't want to really go there with you. But how do you feel that this is not relevant to the case? How do you feel like someone's history not letting the judge know a person beyond everything he's been accused of? All the judges heard is everything negative about this guy. This is your opportunity to show that everything, yeah, you've done a lot of bad things, but you've done a lot of good. And some of the way that I am, here's my foundation of why I am the way that I am, so the judge can understand your client. Why is that considered a waste of time in your eyes? Like, that's what sentencing is. Have you not ever seen a sentencing hearing at all ever in life? Is that what's happening? His father's situation is not relevant to his actions. So you don't think your upbringing has anything to do with how you are as an adult? Is that what you're trying to say? Because some of y'all still wash clothes like you were taught when you grew up. Some of you guys still put your cabinets the way your mama had your cabinets. Some of you guys got pictures on your walls the same way your mama and your daddy had your pictures. Your upbringing and your environment does affect how you are. Now, sometimes you need to pivot and change and try to be better than what you grew up, but it does give you some type of a picture or a canvas for you to be able to see the foundation of why someone is who they are and what contributed to those factors. Okay. If you've seen sentencing, then you shouldn't be asking these questions. That's what I'm saying. I just assumed. The only reason why I was entertaining it is because I assumed you never seen sentencing. But yeah, someone's background, the pre-sentencing report that we don't see, all of this stuff is in that pre-sentencing report. His background, his history, if he grew up with a mom and a dad, what happened to his dad, if he's been married, how many kids he has, what grades they're in, any type of therapy he had, drug abuse, alcohol, all of that we don't see because it's private, is in a pre-sentencing report of which the judge sees. And it all contributes to his sentencing. So if you've been to a sentencing report before, you didn't pay much attention. So, anyways, okay, guys. I be trying to help people. That's all. All right. So Brian still goes on to say he goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. So as you guys see, he's establishing what are the situations that have occurred in his life that has affected his life. People that came up in abusive homes, it affects their life. People that came up in alcoholic homes where their parents were alcoholics, it affects your life. Now, do you need to go and heal and go get help to heal? Yes. But does it affect your life? It does affect your life. Even if the effect is I got to go to therapy every week because of it. Being around violence all the time. If you go to bed with powing over your head because you were born in the ghetto, that affects your life. When I was not born I was born in Michigan, but I was not born in Detroit. The little town that I was born in, we did not lock our doors. But everybody knew each other and we weren't worried about anybody stealing, taking, breaking in our homes or any of that. And so when I moved to Detroit and I left my car door unlocked, what y'all think happened? All my radio, my CD, everything was gone. So what did I have to do because of my environment? Lock the doors. What do I do to this day? I lock the doors. I got security. I got cameras. And I don't even live in the hood. So everything that you does, things that happen in your life does affect how you are and why you behave the way that you are, whether you want to believe it or not. But anyways, he has an ear better than everyone. He works harder than anyone else. He has more trauma where his best friend gets shot. Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to the painkillers he's given. He has been high from them until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt, his emotions too. So now he's getting it to where the drug addiction happened. He sounds like he has an addictive personality. Whenever he focuses on something, he goes hard in the paint. Some people just have addictive personalities, and it's not necessarily drugs, not necessarily alcohol. But yeah. On occasion, he would hit the women he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have seen when Sean, I'm sorry, girl. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. And I said that early on. I was like, if they offer him the Mann Act, I think he should take it. You know, to get it over with, I think he should take it. But apparently they wanted to give him like, what did we calculate yesterday? 27 years was the offer. And he had to plead guilty to all the serious charges, the RICO, the trafficking, and all of that. And they were just going to give him 33. I think it was 27 to 33. Yeah, everything he does seems like it's just heightened. Like everything is just so high. Everything he does, he just has an addictive personality, is what it seems like. On occasion, no, all the time. Do you know what all the time means? That means every day he just goes around and smacks everybody that comes near him. So that's an exaggeration. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say occasionally. He's acknowledged the times that he was abusive towards his girlfriend or something like that. But to say all the time, that's not accurate either. 27 was unserious. That's from J Mack. Juan said 27 years plus forfeit everything he owns. That is true. Because when you do the RICO, anything that derives from this alleged enterprise, and that would have been all his businesses. Like they put all his businesses in there as being a part of the criminal enterprise. Cousin, he said, look how soft it's spelled. Ignore the comment. I've seen them before and they usually aren't this obnoxious. But yeah. So let's go on. You said the government seriously overreached. I wonder if they were banking on Busby's claims being true. Busby just came out yesterday too, like right before the sentencing, saying they just filed some more lawsuits against Diddy in California. So they said they have 50 lawsuits right now pending against Diddy altogether between New York and California, and said that they plan on filing more. We haven't even heard from Busby since he got held in the chokehold by Spiro and Quinn Emanuel with the Jay-Z case. But now he did come back the other day and say that he is still on Diddy's neck, just in case y'all wanted to know. Mr. Steele goes on to say, I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. It is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. Oh, wow. He eats out of bags. Chips. Don't we all eat chips out of bags? He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He is not taking drugs, not a one. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. So I guess what he's getting at is he's been there for a year, and that was punishment. So take that into account, what he's endured being in that rat hole for a year when you make your decision. Maybe he meant something else, Yolanda. That's what he said. He eat chips out of a bag. I'm like, is there some special way to eat chips? Am I being deprived of the VIP chips? He said, Coco said, y'all know Steele is extremely passionate. Yes, we like Steele. Steele's a great attorney. Oh, yeah, they did. They did add some additional prostitutions. They added the sex workers. That's what we were talking about earlier. They added the sex workers as well. Even though none of these people were charged with Diddy, they added, as it pertained to his sentencing, they're trying to add to enhance it, not just Cassie, not just Jane. They're trying, I don't know if Mia said she was great. But they're adding the different people, Cabral, Rico, Yeah, so it was probably about 9 of them. They added the workers as well. That's what they were arguing about earlier if you were on the live earlier. Robert said chips mean he doesn't trust anyone. So we not talking about real chips? So you can tell I ain't never been like what? He only eats the processed pre-packaged foods. So he basically said he hasn't really eaten any real food because he doesn't trust that the people in the kitchen are going to do something to his food. And so he only eats those that are in bags, like chips and like whatever else you can get in bag, rice cakes or cereal that's in a bag. Thank you guys so much for helping me out because I was really genuinely confused. I'm like, chips is in a bag, right? Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. It took me a minute, J Mac. I was a little slow, but thank you so much. Yes, he buys his food from commissary. I got it. I got it. He not eating anything that somebody else gets to open and cook. So he is not going into child time and going in that little area and letting them put stuff on a tray and a plate. He said, no, 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 no. You guys won't be I will not be on the news. I am not suicidal. So he just goes to commissary because he got money and he's just buying everything out of packages that he can personally unpackage and he can eat himself. So he's probably getting like ramen noodles or TV dinners if they have them, things that he can actually open himself and get himself. I get it. It took me a minute. Thank you guys so much for working with me. You said still need to stop it. But he said bags. It just threw me off. If you'd have said packaged items from commissary, then I probably wouldn't have been so confused. But I'm like, he eats out of bags, chips. I'm like, oh, is there another way to eat chips? Penny Proud said, I'd be scared to eat too, I'm sure. I'm glad you guys find humor in this. I was struggling. I can admit my flaws. I was struggling on that one. I'm like, say what now, Brian? He's eating his food out of bags. Chips. Okay. All right, we still waiting on the next tweet. Rod said, I give any defendant credit. I know I could sit still and not say something. Ain't no way. Oh, that they gotta just sit there. And that's why they get admonished during trial a lot. Like, fix your face. No more outbursts. Because there's times where I sit there, like, I think last week it was an oral argument I had. And the other side was arguing. I'm just like, let me check and see if we on the same case. You on so and so v so and so, right? What are you talking about right now? That has nothing to do with our case. You just gonna make up stuff as you go. And it's all in my face. I'm still working on it, but it's like all in my face. And so I can understand a defendant when they're like, and you got to tell them like, can't be making expressions. Try to contain yourself. You know. Nah, Nina, we figured it out. We figured it out, Nina. We figured it out. It took me a while. It was my fault. I was the lost intellect on this one. I was like, what? Say that again? Come again? All right. Still nothing. I have nothing. So Steele was just talking about his childhood, and he was talking about his living spaces, his living quarters for the last year that are not a living quarters that anyone would want to reside in. They have to boil water. He talked about it in his letter. He being Sean Combs, they have to boil water. The washer, they have one washer, but it's broken. There's 25 people. They have to use the same toilet and wash and shower, and 25 people got to share all of this space. So I think he's trying to say these conditions should contribute to your decision of the punishment, because he's been punished. Hasn't been able to be out on bail with his family pending this. And so judge, take that into consideration. Judge probably gonna be like, I'm gonna give you 1 year time served. For that. All right, so let's go to Steele. Some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. I guess they got people by the phone. That's why the judge is like, hold on. How many people you think you about to bring? You said this is taking time away from the government shutdown. Listen, these are government workers. They probably just happy they're working and get a check. But they would be essential. Okay, let me see what people are saying. Woo, these people are something under the shade room when they posted all of the different statements that the kids made. People are under the comments like, oh well, they won't be the first to live adulthood without a dad due to the system. They are letting these people in this comments don't give a damn about what. So for all of y'all people that just hate his guts, the shade room, them your people over there in them comments, they are letting him have it over there. They don't even care about what the kids had to say. Oh well, your daddy should have thought about you before. Sorry, you gotta live without a daddy like the rest of us. I'm like, dang. Oh, Steele is talking about this speaking engagement. He said October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is healing. Look at Brian Steele try to play with the words. Talking about it's not a speaking engagement. It's healing. Is he coming there to talk or not? Because we define that as a speaking engagement, Mr. Steele. It's not a speaking engagement. It's healing. Brian Steele. Gotta give it to Brian Steele. You know, he fight. These are the type of lawyers you want to fight for you. You said Brian gonna make it look like a sermon before it's over. You know how he does. It's over 1,000, y'all. Please make sure you hit the like button. Thank you. You said I see why he is a lawyer. Brian be doing his thing. You said I'm sorry about putting a content. I don't even know if I saw it, Kia Elder. I really don't. And if I had an issue with it, I'll say don't put content. There's only certain content creators I don't want in my chat. And I don't think anybody has really said anything about them. There's a few that I just don't mess with. But other than that, that doesn't bother me like that. But I appreciate you though for acknowledging that. Living Reality said he's an addict. He has to show he's taking his sobriety seriously and doing things to actively be. Yes, because sobriety. Do they ever say that you're so? Don't they always say you're recovering? Like it's a day by day situation with NA and with when you have Narcotics Anonymous and AA. They have it where you are consistently recovering. So they'll ask you like, what step are you on? That's how they know if you really, what step are you working on right now? What's the serenity prayer? See, I used to do when driver's restoration. Well, I've done it a few times. I ain't gonna make it seem like that was like my niche. But back in the day, I told you I've done some of everything. When people would get DUIs and they'll take their license away, or if they had narcotics addictions and they would take their driver's license away, I would go to their hearings in front of the Secretary of State to get their license back. And they would ask them, like, what step are you on? What have you learned? Who's your sponsor? How often do you talk to your sponsor? State said prosecutors need this case to make future political moves, so they need a win by any means. Well, they kind of already lost the main, most serious charges. Not to say this isn't serious, but the most serious charges that will put you in there till you take your last breath. But they definitely were. I told you, I said they weren't going to leave a stone unturned. They said everybody was crying while Diddy's kids spoke. See, everybody keeps saying that. I know I said that before, but I don't know if them emotions gonna work on the judge. I don't know. I think he already accepted the guidelines, so either the judge is gonna go a little bit down, go a little bit up, or say I'm not gonna do enhancements and I'm not gonna do any downward departures, and I'm gonna keep it in the middle. I don't know. But they accepted, as you guys know, they did accept the pre-sentencing report guidelines. So let's go. We still have nothing. Diddy has his issues, but a lot of these people were around for some type of gain. So just to throw the book just because. That is from Rich. J Love said his mind is already made up. You said podcast with Soul probably cried out. I think what did he say? How many months did Sean G say he was gonna get He been going hard for his foundational black. What did he say? He's his foundational black brother. Please do not forget that Cassie used one of the men for 8 years, Clayton Howard. So I'm not gonna get into that. I never really talked about him. I know he filed that lawsuit. There's some more stuff going on TikTok about him. So I don't know what to believe. Just leave me out of it. I'm not gonna talk about him. What did Mel say? I think he'll keep it in the middle. I think it will be 5 to 6 years with 1 year served. I said split the baby. Splitting the baby would be basically what the PSR report recommended. And so that's what Diddy's team was thinking. What the government was trying to do was go so high as they can, just so the court would be like, all right, I'll just go down the middle. So Brian still says, and I'm sure he said a lot more within these 8 minutes, but apparently, I don't know. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. Yeah, they definitely appealing. They are definitely appealing whatever happens. Jeff Lisa says 7 years sounds good to her. Oh. That part said Diddy thought he wasn't touchable. He needs extreme counseling. I wonder if is he getting counseling in jail? Is that some information that we were able to obtain? We know he started his program, but that's kind of his comfort level. AK say, I honestly think he should get time served with probation. I think all of this has taught him a lesson. I don't think it's looking that way, AK, but I hear you. In a perfect world, that's what it would be. I agree. I think that the 18 months, 24 months, 2 years, okay, and then a year's time served. I think that's fair. But the way it's looking is the judge, first of all, they're using the guidelines already that starts at 70 months. So there's that. And then either it's going to be some ways to mitigate, to go upward like the government wants, or to go downward. So Rod said, maybe I'm just a heathen. The man watched in the corner with a bandana on. His 2 girlfriends had sex and didn't join, and people lashing. He needed a whole decade in jail. Sheesh, this is a tough crowd. That's because people are looking at that video. They're looking at the abuse towards Cassie. They're looking at what she endured for years. They're looking at all of that. But the crazy part about the Cassie situation, which is interesting, and this is after therapy, when she was on that stand and they said, you still love Cassie, don't you? I mean, you still love Diddy, don't you? They asked Cassie that. I had love for what we once had. I'd have been like, no. Actually, I realized that really wasn't love. It was abuse. I thought it was love. But now that I'm married, I understand what true love is. And it was not what Sean Combs was giving me. So, no, actually, I don't love that man. She was like, I have love for what was, what we had. And then I was like, if she wasn't with her husband, would she have gotten back with him? It kind of left that question in the air on whether she would still be with him if she had an opportunity. It was like, no, I can't stand that cat. No. So Brian still goes on to say, we asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. Now, Brian, did you just call him Sean Diddy Luther King Combs? Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Like that, civil rights. Okay. Shout out to Brian Steele. Brian out here fighting for his client. That's one thing y'all not gonna say is he didn't throw everything out there and put it on the table. Thank you, Shirley. I appreciate it. Ali Leo said, truly humble. And that's exactly how I laughed when Brian Steele said that. He said, do you know what thug stands for? Truly humbled under God. I was like, what? Brian, you got to bring it down some, bro. Bring it down a little bit, brother counsel. Bring it down just a tad, brother. Brother, bring it down just a little bit. That was funny. Elite Leo. That was funny. That was good. That was good. That was a classic. That was definitely a classic. He said what it stands for is truly humbled under God. It don't just mean thug, like what thug means. The definition of a thug. Okay. Thank you so much for taking us back down memory lane on our Brian Steele greatest moments. Coco says somebody text Steele and tell him not to, but anybody got Brian's number? You need to shoot him a text. He's allowed to have his phone over there in the Southern District as a lawyer. Queen Shadina said they're going to start taking up offering. Will there be one? Does anyone need envelopes? Be like, do anybody need envelopes? Oh, man, you guys are funny. Okay. I'm glad I blocked out my whole day for this because it definitely has taken the entire day. Okay. I don't have any new tweet. Brian must be sleep deprived. He called him a civil rights leader. Oh, the one thing we did right was the day we started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Brian, you are. Well, he did tell people to get out and vote, right? He was telling them vote or die. Does that count? He told people to get out and vote. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we have another tweet. You learn something new every day. I didn't know he was out here leading the movement. J Max says civil rights advocate would have been better language. Maybe he said it and we just got part of it, like when they said the bag and the chips and it threw me off. Because it is a tweet. So maybe he said more, but we're just all we can do is go by what's being tweeted. So I'm trying to wait to see if we get any breaking news. Diddy has part in that would be crazy. In other news, Tyrese Gibson has turned himself in for animal cruelty charge and is later released after posting a $20,000 bond. So he is not fleeing, guys. He is no longer on the run for his dog allegedly killing another dog. He has turned himself in and he has been released on a $20,000 bond. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now Mr. Steele says we can now hear from the Reverend. Come on up, man of God. Come on up, man of God. Let us know what you have to say about Mr. Combs. The Reverend said, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. That's a big task, Rev. He started off the gate like, I'll take on the responsibility to make sure he's rehabilitated. I close with this. Well, dang, did we miss the whole speech? I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, and then he don't finish it, I guess to say ... Sean needs an opportunity. So I'm going to assume we missed part of the Reverends. He must have missed part of the Reverend. The man of God, he missed part of his stuff. He was probably still mesmerized about Brian Steele calling Diddy a civil rights advocate or civil rights activist, or whatever he called him. No. This is Reverend Johnson. Doesn't look like Jake's has come to this hearing. This is Reverend Johnson, and he did a letter as well. He also submitted a letter. Lisa Quayle said, come on, Deacon Steele, sit down. Oh, geez. Can y'all relax? Oh, my goodness. Rev has some communion. No, I think that, in all seriousness, I think that he just missed part of the conversation for whatever reason. So it's only a partial tweet. That's all. Well, it's the guy. Yeah, he probably couldn't get, because I'm sure he ain't just come up there and say that. I mean, that's all. And so it looks like the Rev was short and sweet. He was just thankful to the judge for allowing him to say something, because remember, that was up in the air. So he didn't tarry long. He didn't tarry long. I've never heard a pastor get up and be that short-winded ever in life. They'll say, "Thank you so much. I only need a few minutes." And then it start getting good to them. And then they quote one scripture, that's their favorite scripture, and then they just, pew, it's a wrap. I'm about to sit down in a minute, but then they're going to start talking again. I know I said I was going to sit down, but, and one more thing that the Lord wanted me to tell, it just keeps going and going and going. And so this pastor didn't sound like he was long-winded, but I'm sure he said a little bit more than what was in this tweet. So yeah. Let's see who's next. Who's next on the list? Nope, still got the pastor up here. Let's see what you all are saying. You said 2 hours later. Dang, Jam. Talking about he don't know if the check clear for any real performance. My goodness. And not under 10 minutes. I can't even put half of your stuff on here. See, now I got to pay attention. I used to just click on whatever was in this chat. Now I'm like, girl, you better read it first before you catch you a cease and desist. CNN added a lot more from Steele. I'm sure they did. Steele was up there for a good 15 minutes. Yeah, he was well, he was he had a warrant, and then Tyrese just turned himself in. Let me see. Let me do the CNN live tweets and see what they got going on. See. CNN on Diddy. No, I don't really watch CNN anymore. I don't like the way they did Don Lemon. Okay. I don't like this advertisement at the top. Okay. This mug take up the whole top of the screen. Wrapping up his presentation to the judge, defense attorney Brian Steele said of Sean Diddy Combs, his good outweighs his bad by far. Steele called Combs a civil rights leader more than once in his address. So he called him that more than one time. So whoever said maybe he meant something different, no, he said what he meant. They said he called him that more than one time. All right, let's see what happens next. The Reverend said, "You have been very honorable in this court." Then Steele said, "We'll have Mr. Donaldson." So Xavier Donaldson is the attorney, one of the attorneys that is on the defense team. So Xavier Donaldson said, "It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it." Judge probably like, "Speak for yourself." "I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp." Say it plain then, Mr. Donaldson. He wants the record to be clear that he is not a pimp. That's what he said. Okay, let me see something. You said Associated Press. Let's go to Associated Press. So it must be a few people that they are allowing that they are allowing in there with phones. Later. Okay, this is like an article, so maybe that's not it. Live updates. Yeah, they got more pop-ups. So Brian Steele also said Combs has punished himself more than anyone will be able to punish him, and it will stay with him for the rest of his days. Mr. Combs does not need any additional time in custody. That is not the way we treat drug addiction and trauma today. Okay, Steele. So when he was talking about the drive-by shooting, he was talking about Biggie, for those that didn't know. Steele noted that Combs' best friend, Christopher Wallace, the rapper known as Biggie Smalls and the Notorious B.I.G., was unalive in 1997. And then he got hooked on painkillers following a medical procedure in 2000. After that, he was high every single day, Steele said. He was medicating because his body was hurt and his emotions were hurt. But he never stopped working, and all of that, the drug addiction and the trauma, untreated, Your Honor, caused him to hit on occasion the women he loved. So we had read that already. He grew up without a father, his mother working all the time, and he swore that he would be there for his children. Steele said that's what Sean is fighting for. So that we kind of read between the lines that that's where he was getting at when he was bringing up his childhood, even though some people thought that it wasn't relevant. You said they're not best friends. I don't know these people. Where they weren't. You know them. Do I think I can get Dr. Reverend Gary Johnson on? I want to know how he knows Diddy. He's also a chaplain. I have to read his letter. I never read it, but I have to read that. And you're wrong. So you can stand how you want. You're going to stand off this platform in about 2 more minutes. You're wrong. And you don't have to get slick with how you respond. To say, I specifically thought that his childhood was not relevant to his actions towards his victims. You're wrong. I don't care how you meant it. You're wrong. Your childhood is relevant when it comes to sentencing. They ask all the nooks and crannies. They ask everything about your life that you can think of. Did you get beat up in school? Were you a bully? Did you suffer with weight gain and weight loss? Did you have an eating disorder? They want to know everything because everything is relevant because it shapes who you are. Okay. Yeah, you're getting off my platform. So now you can take your opinion someplace else because you've been kind of trying me the last few times that we've been on here. You kind of got slick mouth. So now you get to just listen from. When they come back, because you timed them out. When they come back, I was about to block them. So when they come back, just block them. Let's see. Let's go. Donaldson is still speaking. And he said, here in the Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. So Donaldson is actually from New York because I know someone that practices with him or knows him. Not practice with him like in the same firm, but knows him pretty well. And he does practice in New York. So I guess he would be the voice of what happens in New York and how things are done in New York. So Purple said I went to get a drink. What happened? Nothing. Nothing. Can't be on here not trying to learn you. So I'm like, you telling me, and this is what I do. I thought that's the point. Like I said, I can refer you to channels of which it doesn't matter what you think, how you think it, which way. You ain't got to have a foundation. You don't have to have any history behind it. You don't have any experience behind it. They just let you say whatever you want to say, like what they're alleging about Kim Porter. They let you say that, and I can refer you to specific platforms. I don't do that over here. So you trying to say something, that's my opinion. You're wrong. Like some opinions are that they can go both ways, right? A fact means the truth is what it is. The truth is what it is. There is no, it's just that. The truth is it matters when it comes to sentencing someone. That is the truth. It's the same scenario you go through when you're on probation and they get all your history for probation purposes, just in general as well. It matters. And you keep telling me it does not matter when I do this for a living. So you don't respect what I say. So you don't need to be over here. That's all. I'm not going to argue with you about it. An opinion is I don't like Diddy and I think he should do 20 years. That's an opinion. But you telling me something and I'm trying to explain to you that this is how this works. That's not an opinion. Like you're wrong. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Thank you so much, Paula Keys, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Hey, Amby Bambi, good to see you. Y'all don't lose your jobs over here trying to see what's going on with Diddy. All right, let's see. We don't have anything. Moving a little slow. Let me see if the AP got something different. Let's see. They still on the Florida preacher. Reverend Gary Johnson, a Florida preacher, encouraged the judge to release Combs to probation, saying it pains him to see the one-time rap star locked up. Johnson, a chaplain for the Miami Beach Police Department, said he would personally guarantee that Combs continues his rehabilitation post-incarceration. Quote, if you free him, Johnson told the judge, quote, we'll help free his mind. So that's what the Rev had to say. He said, if you free him, we'll help free his mind. CNN just added y'all. I can't keep up. All right. Hold on. CNN on Diddy. Let's see. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson is now speaking. The court's in a difficult position, I think, if I may say that respectfully, Donaldson said. He said the judge is looking at the victim impact statements written by Cassie Ventura, Jane, and other alleged victims, as well as the letters and statements from Sean Diddy Combs' loved one. You find yourself, I think, saying, you have two people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? Donaldson asked, quote, I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is in the grain of all those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Child, then they said Mark Agnifilo is going to speak after this. Like, ain't Mark Agnifilo said enough? No? Okay. This is the next one from Donaldson. I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let them close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Or let me close with this. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. I don't know what that's attached to. That's okay. Pink Pearl said, I just got back from lunch. Are they sentencing Puffy today or Monday? It's supposed to be today, sis. We've been here all day. We've been on here for 5 hours. But you all are worth it. You said they're going to pray it out of them. There's nothing that my God can't do. All right, let me see. Nothing. So Donaldson said, we have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. May he? It's the executive director of Reentry One. The judge said, what's the gentleman's name? Giovanni. He said, oh, I have the letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. You got 1 minute. So the guy with the letter that we read on the reentry programming that was attached to Brian Steele's last submission that had some character letters in it, he's going to say that these are not speaking engagements because it sounded really bad by saying he has speaking engagements. Mara said this would have been a different outcome if Puff got a black judge. You think so? He does have a minority. I mean, Lisa said, I hope that this does not end as a cliffhanger and we have to wait until Monday. That would be so bold. I think they have to sentence him today. I don't see judge is gonna sentence him today. Y'all got me just call the prayer line. You want to call the prayer line? Want to call David E. Taylor's prayer line and see if they'll pray for Puffy and his freedom? Oh, the first judge that was black. Do you know why it got changed? Why the first judge got changed? Was there a conflict? Was there some form of conflict? Lachey said the real Combs is the one who was making those crazy faces during trial. I make so many faces that I can't co-sign you, sis. I thought someone said he'll take 2 days yesterday. Why should he take 2 days? I don't think he planned on 2 days if he planned on having an engagement on Monday. I don't think that was the plan. But typically, it's that day. Now, this is Sean Combs, so I don't know. I'm not going to say definitively anything, but typically you find out the day that your sentencing is on. That's when you find out what the sentencing is going to be. I thought the first judge stepped down. You said yes, his conflict was he's really purple. Bab said the longest sentencing I've seen are the ones where the jury has to choose the verdict. You mean choose the sentencing? So there are situations of which they leave the actual sentencing to the jury as well. All right, we got Mr. Saras Giovanni. For Reentry One, we serve a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. He said you got 1 minute, so you should have got to. You should have got to it and said this is not an engagement. We gave him certain prospective dates, and he was like, if he is out, then he has no problem doing it. They were just prospective, just in case or something. They had to come up with something because it did look bad. He said you got a minute though, so I think we all know what you do because you listed it in your letter. I would love to hear from the jurors. Me too. Me too. I think we only heard it was an alternate that went to CNN. Otherwise, no, we have not really heard from anyone. So he said, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. Just said 1 minute. We want to know about these engagements, sir. We know about what you do because we saw your letter. So let's get into these engagements that made everybody gasp like, what? He already got a schedule? He got bookings next week? Are there charges that he's being charged with now? Are these state or federal? Maybe there are charges that he's being charged on. Oh, you said that twice. That's from A&D Property Management and Maintenance Services. This is the sentencing for his federal conviction. He was charged with a RICO conspiracy charge. He was charged with 2 counts of sex trafficking and 2 counts of prostitution, Mann Act. And he was acquitted of the RICO and the sex trafficking counts. And so now he is before the court to get his sentencing for the convictions of the Mann Act. That is what he's here for. And it is federal. So yes, he's been through an entire trial and everything. A&D Property, where you been? Cutie said the sentencing usually take this long. It takes as long as it takes. Depends. It can be a long day. This is just a unique circumstance as well because of who it is. We want to know, Giovanni, we want to know why he has engagements for Monday. That's what we want to know. Let me see what the CNN. This is literally like we done did an 8-hour day doing this hearing. Okay, CNN don't really have an update like that. Let's see. AP only has, and they still got the preacher on there. The preacher been sat down. He's already done the benediction. He still got the preacher on there. Thank you, Mrs. Pam, for covering this all day. Thank you so much. I don't do this that often, so I can do it, every now and then. I haven't done it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, he has engagements on Monday. Club TT. No, the guy's supposed to come on and say he doesn't have engagements. That's what I'm waiting on. He's supposed to tell us that it's not really a speaking engagement. Purple said more than a few years for purchasing prostitutes seems excessive, but maybe I don't understand the Mann Act. No, you're spot on. It's spot on. It's just ain't for us to decide. It's for the judge. Head of the nonprofit that helps felons renters society describes Combs' impact on other inmates. So this is from this guy that's supposed to tell us about these engagements. There is a constant factor in those that have participated in constructive programming. We notice that once they are released, they are less likely to recidivate or reoffend. Saras said, I'm probably butchering his last name. I apologize, sir. He said he read the testimonies of some of Combs' fellow inmates. Quote, his impact so great that it changed the lives of those in the housing unit where Mr. Combs' house, end quote. He said, adding that he created similar programs when he was incarcerated. Sarias, whatever his last name is, sorry, sir, Giovanni, said that Combs' willingness to help others in detention despite his own ongoing legal struggles demonstrate reform and rehabilitation. That's interesting. Okay, let's move on here. Giovanni said, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Okay, thank you very much. I don't think that helps me. Thank you, Queen Shadina, for the super chat. Z Smith, I don't think he's going to get time served, if I were to be honest with you. He said this is a watch party. I left work, now back and we're still on. Oh yeah, we don't play. When we go, we go. Okay, when we set up, when I move my calendar around, we're in it to win it. Okay, we're here until it's over. You said he did a promo for his business instead of explaining. Let's see, maybe we missed something. Maybe we missed something in the tweets. What you guys think? Let's see. I know the judge is like, come on. All right, let's see. Combs Agnifilo said, it's getting late. I'll be brief. Now we have Agnifilo taking the podium. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV tends to come from childhood trauma. So they're saying DV, based on what he learned when he was in the DA's office, a lot of DV tended to come from childhood trauma. And that may be why they do offer the most programs too. They have different, like I said, anger management. If alcohol or narcotics is involved, then they'll offer that. Yes, she is. Alice Johnson. Remember, she was pardoned by Trump with the help of Kim Kardashian. His mom and him got an interesting bond. I don't even want to ask you what you mean by that. Who you talking to? Who's flip-flopping? Put an ad on it. Who you talking about is flip-flopping? You said typically there is not all this hoopla. You know, you turn in your letters, but you do have people that's there. I can't say I've ever again, this was not my forte like that. So I can't say I don't have much of a gauge. But the sentencing, the few that I've done, they were pretty lengthy, but it wasn't Sean Combs lengthy. Like it was people talked, we argued about objections in the pretrial sentencing. Like we went through kind of the same procedures, but it wasn't 7 lawyers, 8 lawyers that wanted to talk. He just has a unique circumstance as well. So all the lawyers want to talk. Yes, we usually talk on behalf of our client, but if it's just me, then that's it. But if you got 8 people and they all want to say something, then of course that's going to be longer. Then of course the kids, they usually come. The pastor usually is there from my experience. It's going to be your pastor. If somebody you worked with or been close to for some years, they'll come. And yeah, I don't know if the government is going to have any type of victim and like victims that come that's gonna speak. I don't know. Kelly said, hold on. Mars said, you can tell Miss Combs and Diddy got this us against the world relationship, and sometimes that comes from traumatized kids. Not you comparing his sentencing to Aretha Franklin's funeral. That mug was 9 hours. That funeral was long. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was unalived when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. So what they're saying, according to CNN on the planned engagement, because you know that was bothering me, right? They say that he intends to teach. I guess. So they're not saying it's a speaking engagement. It's him trying to teach people like what he was doing at the jail, his program. You back, Nina? We missed you. He has the curriculum, that free game with Diddy, I think is the name of it. Yeah, I know he hasn't been on the bench that long. He had only been on the bench for what, a year before he got arrested. Before Sean Combs got arrested. He just got on the bench, literally. As soon as you get on the bench, you get this type of case. Agnifilo further says he found in the microfilm there how his father died and a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. So Diddy's going to talk too. Purple said, no matter what we feel about Puffy, he is a business mastermind. I don't know, Shelby. I don't know, Shelby. Bab said this should be interesting. It shall. Okay. I wonder how his career will be when he gets out. That is a good question. In his letter, he knows that he feels like his career is over, feels like he lost all his businesses. He knows he's going to have to start from the ground up. That's pretty much what he said. But his ground up, of course, isn't going to be the same as our ground up because he still has money. He's not broke. And he still has connections and he's still going to get invited to rooms. I just don't know how many people are going to publicly go places with him, because there weren't too many people that publicly supported him. Now they might put him in the studio and have him on a track or do whatever. Like, listen, you're not about to be ruining my reputation because I'm connected to you because of that tape with Cassie. So yeah, he's gonna have to rebrand himself. I told you he needs to go into, like Todd Chrisley. You need to go into prison reform, try to do programs, change the prisons, entrepreneur, show how your impact helps people to change, reduce the recidivism rate, get other alternatives to prison, because it really doesn't, they call it a rehabilitation, but it doesn't rehabilitate anybody. You're in there trying to survive and live to your out date. I think if he kind of pivoted towards something like that based on his circumstance, he'll do pretty good. All right. So Agnifilo says, I'm asking you to release him today. Today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. So Agnifilo wants him to go home as soon as this is over. You know, Diddy is a smart businessman. We cannot take that away from him. He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. This is a lesson. This is a life lesson. And do I think he's going to come back? I do. I think he is going to come back. He's going to find a way to reinvent himself. Remember, they said he did that after the whole powing in the club. He did get acquitted, but then he kind of became, I'm going to be an entertainment mogul. So then he got into fashion. Next thing you know, it's Sean John. Then it was like that incident never occurred, that they were in there with pows and all of that. It was like it never occurred. He was able to do the Ciroc. He was able to do all these different ways to rebrand himself. And he's going to come out and figure out a way. Because some people just have that entrepreneur genius to them and about them. And he is that person. It'll be interesting to see how many people took his class at that jail who are going to come out and implement it and be successful. Thank you so much. TLC is necessary. Said we've had breakfast, lunch, and a quick nap together. Pam, you know everybody. Get a note to the judge to speed this along. We got dinner and cocktails to go. Thank you for the super chat. You want me to contact the court clerk? We need you. We're watching this online, and we need you to speed this thing up. Now, you guys know you want to be around to see what happens with Diddy, right? What he says. You guys know you do. So we're not going anywhere. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay to the end. Juan said, how many albums have Cassie sold? I don't know. You should Google it and let us know. I have no clue. I wasn't a Cassie fan. Busy said, I almost worked my whole shift. Well, it should have been entertaining, huh? Listening to this, the whole shift. Right, Forever T said, my work day will be done and we'll still be here. Well, thank you for hanging with us. I'm so flattered. I really am. Y'all gonna make me blush. Agnifilo said, we are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, which is the root problem. Thank you. I appreciate you. A soft place to land. Yeah, a lot of you guys have been rocking with me all day long. Living in Reality said, like I said, he wasn't making money speaking engagements. It was furthering his sobriety and saying, if you let me out, I have things lined up to continue to help me continue with sobriety. I don't know if this has anything to do with sobriety. I see what you're saying, but I don't think it has anything to do with sobriety. There's professionals for that. Him going places to try to give them game about entrepreneurship and teaching them, I don't know how that necessarily affects his sobriety, because you have to look at it. He was not sober and he was doing all these businesses and creating new businesses. So I don't know if that, but I see what you're saying, that he wasn't doing it for money. I don't think that money aspect came up. It was the point of, for you to book a date for Monday is an assumption that you're going home. And because people are saying he is an arrogant person and they don't think he changed, this just wasn't, it could be interpreted that way, even if he doesn't mean it. And sometimes the look of impropriety or the look of something is far worse than what the reality is, especially when you're here for sentencing purposes. That's all. But thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Somebody was emailing and calling at the same time. So let's see. Agnifilo said, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word. Miss Slavic. Is everybody from the AUSA going to talk soon? Going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse. So she's going back to arguing that he should get several months above even what the recommended baseline is from the pretrial services, and is coming up with her case law that he should get a bunch of months. So you said we may not find the results, so we better not. Y'all better stay here till 7 o'clock if that's what it takes. We want it today. Today. It can't get pushed till Monday because Diddy already has an engagement. Thank you so much, sincerely, Trey. Good to see you. He wasn't he wasn't convinced of abuse. So how can she ask for those guys? They're gonna ask for whatever. They had their explanation in their memo. Again, it was super long. I think the court said that the defendants was 300 and something odd pages. The prosecution was well over 100 pages. So you said the Murdaugh sentencing was shorter, and that was a double murder. And they had a lot of shows. I watched a lot of those Murdaugh documentary. Miss Slavic says, back to the Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues crimes. Child, they're about to fight. What's happening now is the AUSA is about to do their last fight so that they can try to get Diddy that 11 years. That's what they're doing right now, bringing up different cases. You said they need to stop now. No, Melanin 101, don't leave us. No, you stay here and suffer with us. If I knew it was going to be like this, I'd have came on at 2 o'clock. I'm not even going to lie to you, but I was so concerned I was going to miss something. I'd have came on at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Jan, for the Cash App, and Amber and Patrice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, because I'm going to need to order food tonight because I'm not cooking anything. I already have it in my head. So thank you so much for contributing to the food fund. My family is forever grateful. Slavic said, pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. Oh, so she said, Diddy, you are a pimp. Oh my goodness. $1.4 million would be 90 some freak offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive texts like he quoted, but this case has physical abuse on video. Ooh. Government coming back swinging. Thank you, Forever T, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, Purple, you already know they about to ride that till the wheels fall off. Thank you, Glamour W, for being with us all day. I appreciate it. I'm getting sleepy. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm gonna take the best nap ever. Sonya said, I love it. The entertainment. I love the commentary. Pam, you rock, load. I've been on here all day. Thank you. Thank y'all that been on here all day with me. You said, where is Comey at? I'm so over this. You want Comey to come back and talk too? Since Comey was the lead prosecutor, we allowed her to come in and make a statement as well. What if they did just bring her out to come talk? That would be the headlines. The defendant is a master puppeteer. This is according to AUSA Slavic. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video. I told you how they go off on these videos. Like, I understand why they do the videos, because you had so many days and months of everything bad about you being in front of this judge. They don't hear about how great you are. They hear about prior bad acts, should it be in or not. They hear about everything bad about you. So you want to put in front of the judge just a little preview, just a little peep into your life outside of this bad that you're being accused of. But I saw how they lambasted it over there in Tory Lane's trial. Now, this one was better than Tory Lane's. I will say that. This video was better, in my opinion, because it was a combination of his personal life, and it just seemed a bit more all the kids said, love you, daddy, we miss you, daddy, I support you, like all of that. Like, they didn't, of course, Tory Lanez was just more of, he's like basically the Black Santa Claus, was kind of how his was. It was, he goes different places and he gives money and he just gives millions. Like, he did the whole allowing people to buy, what was it, the NILs or something. He had something going on, of which made $1 million in a minute or less than a minute. And he allowed people to get in on it, and how he loved this community so that they can too make this money. So the videos, it's like a catch-22. I see why they do it. And a lot of people, even in trials, will do day in the life. If you have an accident, videos can be very, very compelling. But they had a video to compare it to, which was what they keep talking about, the Cassie video. So that's why I said I don't know how this one is going to hit. But anyway, Slavic says the defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video, but that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. Is that what he said? We asked for a significant sentence here. Judge said, thank you, Mr. Combs. Steele said, can we take a comfort break? You know where he got that comfort break from. That is a Fulton County terminology. Judge Steele was taking them comfort breaks. It seemed like every hour on the hour, there was a comfort break. So anyway, they'll be back at 4 o'clock for a comfort break. So Diddy's gonna talk, then I guess that's gonna be the end. Let's see if you guys have any questions. You said still no, nope, still no sentencing, Ray. I'm putting in work today. I know I made up for them 2 weeks I took off the other week when everybody was like, girl, where you at? I made up for it. He said, I'm going to start using comfort break in a long meeting. Man, I was in Fulton County for the Nesto case. And when we finished with his case, I went down when it was still in front of Glanville. I went down to go into the court to watch the YSL. And when I went in there, because I actually had a friend that was one of the prosecutors on the case, but don't tell nobody. So I went in and I sat down, and I promise you, I was probably there for 30 minutes. And they were like, we're going to take a 15-minute comfort break. I got up, I got my stuff, and I was like, Dev, I'm ready to go. And he came and picked me up. I was like, I can't do this. We're never going to get through this case if you guys are taking, like, they came off of a break, which is when I came in. And then almost as soon as I sat down, they were taking another break. I was like, oh, this case is about to be going on forever. Sam said she went to the beauty shop and she's home and still listening. Thank you so much. It's basically just taking a break, child. They just call it a comfort break. I sound real Fulton County to me because I never heard of that before. You just ask, like, Your Honor, can we take a bathroom break, a restroom break or something? Like, you just ask for a break. But them calling it a comfort break, the first time I ever heard that was Fulton County during YSL. Don, I hope it comes today. I would surmise it will come today. I'm losing my voice and everything. You guys, if you guys do not follow me over on Instagram and Twitter, please go follow me now. 1,200 of you guys, go follow your girl, please. Thank you. Come on. I'm looking at my Instagram. So this should start going up. Okay, I need y'all to follow me on Instagram. Follow me on TikTok, Pam.esq. Go for it. Right now, if you're just coming in, they're on a comfort break. We're all uncomfortable at this point. They're on a comfort break. And so they'll be back at 4 o'clock, of which Mr. Combs is going to get up and profusely apologize again and say he'll never do it again. Okay, so the former Texas, we got a news break. The former Texas mega church pastor Robert Morris, y'all remember him? He pleaded guilty to actually abusing a 12-year-old girl in the 80s. Cindy Clemshire, she told NBC News that the abuse began in 1982 when Morris assaulted her on Christmas night. He was indicted in 2025 on charges of committing lewd or indecent acts with Clemshire. Morris was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but will serve 6 months due to a negotiated plea agreement. So he was sentenced to 10 years, but he will only do 6 months due to a negotiated plea agreement. Now, this was an interesting case. I can't remember if I talked about it over here or not. I may have. I have to look. But it was very interesting because this was a case of which this young lady told about it back some years ago. And the church basically had him step down, go under some covering, go through some, they kept it in-house. Nobody went to the police. And part of it was allegedly her parents said they would not go to the police if he had to refrain from being at the church. So he left the church and he allegedly got whatever reconciliation or whatever they call it. And then he just went to a whole nother state and started one of the biggest mega churches ever. So it wasn't like his wife didn't know about it. So she probably is going to stand by him. And so she did an article with Christian Post. And once she did the article with Christian Post, the church board, because even though he started the church, they still have a board. So the church board had a meeting and they were telling the Christian Post at first, like, oh, he's already went through all of the proper protocols for this when the accusation happened in the 80s. And he went through every step needed to be taken and da da da. So that the church said they knew about it. And so they got blasted because it was like, so you knew that he was accused of this with the kid and you guys allow him to be your pastor. And the heat got on so hard that they ended up having him step down. And this is like a church he founded. He ended up stepping down and they alleged that they didn't know the extent, like he didn't disclose everything. So they watched her interview and seen what was disclosed and was like, okay, so he didn't disclose everything. But I think they knew it. They just caught heat for allowing him to be the pastor. And so then he was indicted. So he has now pled guilty and he got 10 years and he only going to do 6 months. So he probably got like a delayed sentencing. So, or delayed incarceration, or maybe serving 6 months and 9 years on probation or something. He got some type of hybrid sentence is what it sounds like. Yeah, I know he had a support dog. I do know that with Judge Glanville. Pen Pal said, I worked my 8 hours, been to the doctor, and waited on my meds, and he still haven't been sentenced. How do you think we feel? Okay, let's see. See, he's still posting about other stuff. The U.S. v. Luigi Mangione. U.S. gets until October 8th to consult further with DOJ personnel concerning the submission of the sworn declaration the court directed. So he's still doing other cases. That's why I said this guy be working for sure. I'm trying to make this the top thread, but it won't do it. I'm just gonna go back. Did you all hit that like button? Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. So this is the nonprofit person, according to the Shade Room. That is the person who I guess is orchestrating his appearances for the next 30 months. He is the nonprofit director. He defends Diddy's upcoming speaking tour, saying it shows reform and rehabilitation. How is that explaining that it's not a speaking engagement? What do you guys call this? I thought he was going to get on and explain that it was something else. Boy, were we wrong. Thank you so much, 416 Favorite, for following. I appreciate you. Marcel Robinson, thank you. Glorious, thank you for following. Carlise Burke, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. If you guys are just coming in, congratulations. You didn't have to sit here like we did. Shout out to y'all. But we've been here all day. All right, let's see if they back from the comfort break. Nope. They're still getting their comfort, y'all. Gloria said, Pam, what's your guess on the sentencing from the judge? Long, short. I don't know at this point. I just want to know what it is. Glorious, I just need to know what the sentence is so I can report it and take a nap. That's all. Thank you for the super chat. He's supposed to get sentenced, right? Like, he's supposed to get sentenced today. He's supposed to get sentenced today. He's on a comfort break. It's not a verdict, y'all. He already has a verdict. He's been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. This is his sentencing. As long as it is, I know why you guys think it's some verdict. I feel like we waiting on the verdict. But no, he's finding out his fate. He's being sentenced. He's being punished today. And yeah, he can go back to his cell. And then if he gets prison time, then they may request a specific prison. Like, he can try to request to go to one that's closer to his family. So can he go to Florida so that he can be closer to his family? So those type of logistics, the prosecution, typically they don't care where, they don't really fight that I know of. And there's that. And then eventually he gonna get shit because he's already in custody. If he was not in custody, it would be different. If he was not in custody, they would give him time to turn himself in. Like, you look at the Chrisleys, they were on bond. So when they got convicted, they give you a day and a time until you have to be here at this time to turn yourself in. So just Lisa says 7 years. We know Lisa. We know sis. And you said 7 years. Okay. We're still on our comfort break. Bear with us. Whew. Bruh, they need to hurry up. It's almost 5. He said, you're going to cry if it's 5. I don't know how much they need. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Let's see if anything interesting is on Instagram. Let's see. I like the Emily knows everything. I like her. She's cool. She just was saying Diddy's about to speak. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on.
All right, apparently Diddy's gonna speak, so I'm going back in. Here we go. All right,
so she must
Diddy's gonna
so
speak,
she must have left, and then she found out they said Diddy speaking, so she's like she's going back inside. Oh Lord, I know. I can't imagine being down there. It's been 15 minutes. 15 minutes. J Love, I agree with you. I think he already knows. Tracy said Diddy's gonna get up there and do his best Broadway performance. See, it's a jacked up situation to be in, because you could sincerely be apologetic, but people don't look at you that way. They feel like but for you getting caught, you would still be doing the same thing. And that's their mentality. It wasn't anything that you chose to do. Like you just was like, oh, I'm going to be better. That's why it would have been great if Diddy, instead of being caught with the drugs in his room or the material for freak offs, if he would have been there and had already entered into some type of sobriety house, and he was already, so if he would have known he was under investigation since February, and then at least at that time immediately, apparently he had been in therapy for some years, because they mentioned therapy before. I don't know what that was about, but it was a mention that he went to therapy, I think after that video, or sometime after that video. But what messed him up is that they were saying that even though he may have got some type of help, he still was violent after that, so it makes it null and void. And that Jane came up there and said she got beat up by him last year. But yeah, being caught like that, being caught with drugs and all that in your hotel room, and you knew he thought that he was going to be arrested, and they were going to allow him the time to turn himself in. And that's not a guarantee. And his attorney didn't get that guarantee. So I wouldn't have never assumed it. But I think he might have assumed that. And so he got caught, like, just in case I don't make it home tonight. He was doing that just in night. Let me make love to you for the last time, baby. Okay, 406, they're back. Sean Combs stands at the defense table. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. See, he started out right. Just apologize. Don't talk about how great you are. Just apologize. I'm sorry. And some people are still going to say, but if you ain't get caught, you wouldn't have never been sorry. But he did apologize, I think, in the text, like the last conversation he had with Cassie on a text. He did tell her, like, he was in a dark place. He said she was his ride or die. Like, he kind of, somewhat, I guess, apologized to her even before this. So, what? Marfa Girls, is that? Where you get that from? Mika just like, give me the conclusion. Give me the bottom line. You said he'll get to himself if he continues. Lord have mercy. You guys are rough. Let that man apologize. Cassie said in that text that's all she wanted, for him to acknowledge who she was to him. He said, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my business. He keeps saying he lost all his businesses. That's interesting. I think he collabed with a lot of his businesses. So that means that some of these people probably pulled out when all of this happened. Do you guys like your children are grown except one, please, sir? Do you not think that people need their parents? I said that before. Like, just because you're an adult don't make you not need your parents. I still snot and cry to mine. So, and I'm a snot and cry until the day I don't have them anymore. Could it be possible they don't sentence y'all, Mika? Anything's possible. I don't know. This is a unique situation, but I think the judge is going to sentence him today. That's what I think, if I were to make a guess. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to myself and children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. It's hard to be at the top and lose it all. Honestly, we don't know. Until you give him the opportunity to prove himself, you don't really know. He can say that's what he plans on doing. That could be his intent. But until people actually see it, and he has to get that opportunity, and that's what he's asking for, is a second chance, so that he can get that opportunity to show that he is different and he looks at things differently, and he's doing things from a clear mind, meaning I'm not a drug addict, and perhaps he got his mental health together. So court closes in 45 minutes, child. That don't matter. They don't care. Robert Downey and Mike Tyson change. It may have been the longest, especially if he said he's surrounded by drugs even at the jail. So the fact he hasn't partaken, I think that's commendable. Y'all don't want to give him that either? No. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. He talked about Cassie in the beginning. Where was you at, Charm? I am. So y'all be looking for stuff. This how I know that you got some of you come in with a whole mind frame. That's one way. Because he talked about her as soon as he stood up. Right. Ray said he left all his businesses and cookies named. Nice try, Lucius. Have a seat, Ray. I get it. I get it. We've been here for a minute. We're all delulu at this point. I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. Mel D. So Mel D, you saying that if you found out your son was a little kinky and would have a little something, little extra bodily fluids on him, you wouldn't hold him down anymore? That's what you saying, Mel D? You know what? God is a popular excuse for not just inmates, but for everyone who really has a relationship with him. And don't just use them as a genie when they're in trouble. So we're not going to just blame that on inmates. That's everybody. All right, let's go on. Let's see what we're talking about. He moving fast with the Sean Combs thing. If Your Honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for the not guilties. You guys are a tough crowd. You said Brian prepped him. He sounded very deferential to the courts. Sound real Brian Steelish. Is that what you're saying? Sean Combs further says, I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. So that was part of his letter. He did say that they want to make an example of him, and he wants to be an example of what he can do, that he can change. Michelle K say there are plenty of kinks who would have willingly taken that abuse. He did not seek them out. TJ said prostitution is the oldest profession in the book. Making an example of Diddy won't work. People will hire prostitutes regardless. All right, TJ. Wayne said free Puff with his crying emoji. He's very sad right now. He can't believe that Puff P. Diddy Love is in this situation, and he wants them to go home with his children. He's done. No matter what anyone says, I know that I am truly sorry. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. He about to come back with it. He's taking a 5-minute break to get his notes in order. We on the 5. I think we at the finish line, you guys. Thank you so much for being with me for 6 hours. We've done a 6-hour marathon. Okay, we took about 45 minutes so that we can eat. But thank you guys so much. We're all invested. Trust and believe. I don't know. What are we going to cover next, guys? This one has taken a good year of our lives. We do Nesto anyway. You already know. Nance, thank you for the super chat. You guys are showing out. Thank y'all. I appreciate all the love today. I don't take it lightly. You guys are giving me your hard-earned money that some of you guys were making as we were doing this live today. Half you guys were at work. I rode in the car with you to work. You got to work, put on your earbuds, went through your entire day, And I'm still on. Always curious. Thank you so much. He said, because of all you do. Oh, thank you. You know, Jarvis, somebody said Jarvis, but you know, that's here. And every time you turn around, I had him on the schedule to do the trial. I was probably going to just go into court for that. And yeah, they moved it because he got more charges. So he has so many open cases. I don't know how they're going to do it. Several open cases. He just got charged a week ago, I think, of messing with his 8-year-old daughter. He is just a sicko. The woman he chose said, and I'm still at my desk with my AirPods in. Jam said, yep, and in 9 minutes you drive with me. Thank you, Michelle. Okay. For the super chat. Yay. I appreciate you. You said Carla can't breathe. You can't, you feel like you waiting on the sentence? Okay. Carla. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Yeah, I have to decide. I'm pretty sure every news station here has been to every hearing. So I have to decide, do I want to go in person or do I want to stream it with you all while it's happening? Like we've done with Cardi B, like we've done with this, with the Diddy, like we've done, what other trial did we do? YNW Melly. I don't know. It's hard because I like being on here with you all, but I also like when I did Whitehead, when I went in and I had the notes, and even with Ernesto having the notes, it's pretty cool because I like being in there, seeing certain actions that happen, what people are, their demeanor, their facial expressions. I like to see that as well. And then I take pretty good notes. But I also like to sit with you all like I did today and just do this stuff in real time. So I don't know. I'm torn. But we'll figure it out. We're going to figure it out. I'm gonna have to send him over there a couple of dollars since we were streaming him all day. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate the super chat. Coco said, stream Pam. I'm afraid I might get too mad sitting in, but I'm only 50 minutes from Detroit. That case is so much. It's a lot. That's another thing, too. Will YouTube strike this case? There's so much going. That preliminary examination was crazy. He has another one, unless they waive it. He has another examination, I think, coming up in a few weeks. And Jarvis Butts is a lot. Thank you, Mrs. C. I appreciate that you said. Thanks so much for reporting for us. Thank you. Thank you. That was so kind of you. I appreciate it. Do the high profile here for the numbers. Do the mid-levels in person. Yeah. Because you know what? Ernest Williams is cool, but there's an Ernest Williams group that really likes and that are into it. It doesn't really attract too many new people. It just, the people that have been following it for 2-3 years, they just come over and they do that. So it's kind of a core. It is a decent amount that's in the core. But when it comes to stuff like Diddy, it's going to attract new people. Like it helps to grow the channel where people don't know that you exist and they come over to watch this. So you know what? You're right. I might hire you to be my adjutant, Ray. You want to be my adjutant, Ray? The African doctor who has the documentary on Netflix. Wonderful. I don't know who that is. I have no clue. Okay, let's see. Come on, Judge. This is the longest 5 minutes of my life. Like, what are we doing, Judge Submarinian? The 5 minutes is over. It's 6 minutes. Thank you, wonderful. I appreciate the super chat. Yeah, the same reason why Nesto don't take it off his face. They don't want y'all looking at their face. And a lot of them will try to wear masks, especially in the jails and the prisons, because they do have COVID and other germs that go around. Thank you, Queen Brielle, for gifting 10 memberships. You guys make sure you thank Queen Brielle for gifting those membership. I appreciate that. You are fabulous, sis. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm waiting on my bar scores or something. Like we were looking in the mail. Now they get them online, but we used to have to get them in the mail when I passed the bar. Like, is that from the Board of Examiners? Waiting on the mailman. That's how I feel right now. Like I'm waiting on some bar results or something. B Crumb, thank you so much. Just gifted 10 memberships. Y'all gonna make me do it live over there in the membership now. Not today, though. I'm not doing nothing else when I get off of here. I don't care what happens. Said, come on, Judge. You're stressing us out, Judge. Queen Brielle done sent another 10. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. You guys are really showing out. Thank you. Okay. 426, they're back. Judge Submaranian, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. Told you. Didn't I tell y'all he got a whole dissertation he is about to give us? He said, so basically he's not doing it under acquitted conduct. He done found another way to get it in, is what he said. They are so cool. Oh man, I hope he's moving fast. Come on, inner city. Move fast. I know that was only 56 seconds ago. Jesus. Oh my goodness. You guys hit the like button in while my nerves are all over the place right now. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I'm going to take a nap after this and I'm nervous. Like this is my client or something. You said I need to clock off from work, but waiting on you. I don't know. You might not. The judge is about to give the whole spiel right now. Okay. We saw the video. The free game course in the MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here. Ooh. Somebody said he's toast. Oh no. A history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abuse these women. You use that abuse to get your way. Freak offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. What did I tell y'all? I said he's going to tell y'all I sat here and I watched this testimony. Told you, God. And he going to tell you everything he heard from different people. Eh, Judges, yeah, judge ain't. This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. A significant sentence is required to deter. Oh. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public and investigation started, you had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Didn't I tell you? I was like, he is about to let us know that almost he did not agree with that verdict. This is what I say. It sounds like you become the 13th juror. This is what I mean. He is taking all the information that was given and he's almost applying credibility to it like he believed it. He said you need a significant sentence. Ooh. Jane says he told her, take this pill, do out there and suck his dick. F him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. So basically what you did don't matter, honey, up in that jail. Mm, mm, mm. Judge got me scared. Well, we know he ain't going home. That we do know. All right. Judge is letting us know a significant sentence is required. You're not going nowhere. Whoa. Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. They gave him 135 months. Whoa. Sheesh. Yep, he got what the government asked for. Gave what the government asked for. He went above the guidelines. He did an upward departure. I'm sure they're going to talk about it, about the time he's already done. I don't know why. This judge was definitely given an indication about how he was ruling. Y'all better go get on the jet and go talk to Trump. Because this right here, that's all you got left, Diddy. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that, but 14 months time served would not be sufficient. So he's saying over 11 years is not reasonable. So wait a minute, we're not done yet. Over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that, but 14 months time served would not be sufficient. So he going to prison, but it don't look like it's going to be for the 135 months. Okay. Hold on. Just hang in there, y'all. These tweets coming in too slow. Giving him the max as a first-time offender is crazy. No, I don't think he giving him that. He said that he believe it's necessary, but it don't look like he gave him. He said 135 is too much, but 14 months is too little. So it's probably gonna be maybe, I don't know. We gonna see. I'm not even gonna guess at this point. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentence. Weighing all the relevant, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So he got 50 months. What did I tell y'all was going to be? Let's see, 50 months. And he already did a year. So he got 4 years. Oh, Jesus. He already did a year. So he going to do about 3 years in the prison. See, I said what did I say? 2 to 5, 3 to 5. I can't remember what I said, but it was somewhere around that time. So fine. So he gave him 4 years. Woo, he had me nervous with that tweet. He said, I think it's more than reasonable. Wait a minute. Hold on. I said 3 to 5. See, it was right in the middle. Whew, I didn't know where the judge was going with it, though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. After a while, I was second guessing myself. Rich said he should still appeal. Okay, let's see. Let's see if he says something else. Ooh, it could have been worse. I know when he heard that, I think that 135 is reasonable. He probably was ready to pee his pants. Because I was like, whoa, what? All right. So we went through this together, y'all. Yeah, it's 50 months. Yeah. So yeah, you're saying like more than what's necessary is what he was saying. But he's tweeting. So that's why I was like, let me go back and make sure. So yeah. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I had y'all on the edge. But y'all was reading it with me. Shoot, had you on the edge of your seat. Sorry, guys. 50 months. I said 3 to 5. He got 4. So I kind of guessed right. I should have did a poll, huh? Mr. Agnifilo, any recommendations where to serve the sentence? That's what I told y'all. He can have a recommendation. Can we get back to you by Monday now that we know there is a sentence? Yes. So they will allow him to say where he wants to do his sentence at. It'll probably be near his family. So if he's going to be in Florida, it'll probably be somewhere in Florida. I don't know why he want to go in Florida. Or he'll look at some penitentiaries that aren't too far, but they aren't bad, don't have that bad stigma behind some. So yeah. Just Lisa said, I'm so happy. We know, Lisa. We know you happy that he got jail time, sis. 15% in time, so he'll do 2.5 years and change yet. So he got 50 months, 4 years. So he already did 1, so that's 3 years. He's gonna do 85% of those. Let me see. 85. Because I don't think he's gonna go in there and get in no trouble. Point. Now, what if he tells his team he doesn't even want to appeal because he's like, you know what? Divided by 12. So we got 4 years minus, he basically did 1. So that's 3 years time. 0.8. Yeah, 2 point. Yeah, about 2.5. You right on point with that calculation. I ain't believe you, but I just wanted to double check. So he probably do about 2.5. The court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There's a $5,000 fine under the statute and special assessment of $200. So he got to pay the $500,000 that they were asking, that the government was asking. So the judge did. He just sit and do his, y'all think he should just sit and do his time? Or should he kick up the dust and spend more money trying to appeal it when it probably take a year to get in front of an appellate judge anyway? Yeah, they have a lot of programs. Yes, they do. In federal prison, they do have a lot of programs where you can get out earlier. That is true. You said he should request to go where Ghislaine Maxwell just was transferred.
He should be doing a happy dance, right? Yeah, because he had my heart going when he said that 135. I guess he said it's the way it was written. I was like, more than reasonable. What? Maybe he said more than what's necessary. You know, whatever. So yeah. So anyway, 50 months. And there's that. He said, do them little months. He should put that money towards the civil lawsuit. Everybody is reporting for it is 4 years. He sentenced to 4 years. And have y'all not been in this live? Like, we already talked about that. He needs to talk to God about an appeal or not. I just feel like Cassie lawsuit started this. He should have paid her and made her sign an NDA. I think she did start this ball rolling. But hey, it may not have never came to light, but for that too. He should appeal it for the sake of his image and business. 50 better hide. You know what? That's crazy. He got 50 months, 50 cents. You know, that he might do a little play on that. Indeed, he did. The judge said he did enough to get 11 years. Sit down and do his time. Don't waste no more money. So y'all think he should just go ahead and just do his time. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's see what else we got going on here. Lucretia, thank you so much for the super sticker. Can y'all let me get to this before y'all put it in the chat, though? All right. I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Didn't I tell you guys he's going to have a whole speech at the end? He's going to have his zinger lines. That's going to be in the headlines for his last hoorah. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Were you guys not on here when we said that it was 50 months? Because everybody keeps saying, did you see it was 50 months? Did you? Yes, we saw that and we calculated to 2.5. We went through all of that. 1 year, subtract the year, then 85%, we got to 2.5 years he'll probably have to do. Minus any other additional ways that he gets credit towards his time. He got off really light. He should not appeal this time. I kind of agree. I'm not going to say he got off light, but I will say if they ask for 14 months, then that's just a year and a couple of months. So if he only has to do another year on top of that, then I don't think he should appeal. So Livy P said, I didn't care for his speech. Okay. All right. So Diddy is getting 4 years and some change in the federal prison. I'm trying to see if that's the last tweet. Trill Mercy said he should appeal because the judge oversteps. People on Twitter, yeah, because they wanted him to do that 11 years. They wanted him to do that full time with the government because they want him to go to prison for things he was not convicted of. For the people that have said he's done things to them for years and that this is their time to shine for him to be punished for everybody. They wanted the Cassie situation to almost be they're living vicariously through her from all of the allegations they've had against him. Okay, I don't see anything else on here. Tony B here feels like that's not enough time for him to learn his lesson. I don't know. I think it was actually pretty fair. You got the gifted membership. Congratulations, Coco. Yeah, I think it was reasonable. Like, what else y'all expect? I think everyone just keeps looking at everything else, and they're not looking at what the actual conviction was. Okay. As Dr. King taught us, out of the mountain of despair, a stone of hope. Mr. Combs, your mom writes that you have always been a good son. The same power that enabled you to hurt these women, you could use to help. And they said, Diddy's over there sitting with his hands folded. So the judge is not finished yet, guys. He's still talking. I mean, yeah, it could have been worse. It definitely could have been worse. Had me hold my breath for a minute there with that tweet. And yeah, they do. That's exactly what it is. Well, Twitter need to relax. Relax, Twitter. Well, one thing we learned today is that Diddy will not be available on Monday. So he did not go home today. And so he won't be able to speak for those dates in October unless the people are able to come to him or they do some type of video conference like somebody suggested earlier in the chat. So, judge adjourned. So we're done, guys. We're done. Again, if you just came in, which I'm sure you did not, you know already, Diddy got 50 months. And we don't know where he's going to go. The judge asked, was there a recommendation on where he would serve out his sentence? And Agnifilo said, we haven't thought about that. So I think they really thought he was going to go home. Because even when I thought my client would probably get probation, I still was like, if you get sentenced, where would you want to go? They had brochures and stuff. They had different brochures to look at different federal prisons. And she picked where she wanted to go. And it was available. So maybe they really just did not think he was going to go to prison or get sentenced to prison. And they'll let the judge know on Monday where he prefers to go. Again, it will probably be what's closest to his family, so they don't have a hard time visiting him. But he's going to get out, though. He's going to get out, Lord willing. And that's it, guys. Do we have anything else? First of all, thank you guys again for showing up and showing out with these super chats and these gifted memberships. I appreciate y'all. Okay. Mel D said he's going to do 2-ish years and pick the prison. Somebody tell Diddy give me 50K and save the appeal. If Trump comes behind and just says, you know what, I'm going to pardon him, the whole internet is going to be livid. Yes, it was literally a brochure, and they talked about having knitting. They had cycling classes. Now, when she got there, it was a whole different situation. Maybe that's what the intent was. But when she actually got to that facility, half that stuff they didn't offer. But I was like, you going to a day camp? Like, what is, when I was looking through some of the little brochures they give you in preparation of you turning yourself in. Deanne Matthews, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on this. You said Mr. Trump has more important things to do than pardon Mr. Combs. Mr. Trump made it his business to put 5 black men behind bars back in the day. He has never been in the business of getting them out. That is inaccurate. The czar that is over the pardon right now is a black woman named Alice Johnson, of who Trump let out. Alice has been letting many people out. Trump also let Kwame Kilpatrick out, commuted his sentence. So that is not true. One thing I am going to say is that he has been a bit more on the liberal side when it comes to pardons. He's not politically correct. If someone he knows, like Kim Kardashian coming up there, someone he knows that can persuade him, he gonna sign that paper. He just had DOJ drop the indictment for Mayor Adams. So that's not accurate. So anyways, you guys are the best. HFG said, I think he'll end up in jail for only an extra year, maybe 18 months. Okay. Thank you for covering this. Thank y'all for rocking with me. I appreciate it. He pardoned Kodak Black. That's why I'm saying, to say he's never done that, I'm like, yeah, I'm not. Let's just watch some of the definitive words that we use, because they're important and they matter. And that's just not a true statement, regardless of whether you like him or not. He has let people of color out, and he's probably let them out more than some other Democratic presidents. So anyway, you know what, Purple? I'm not doing this with y'all. This ain't gonna come into this. Is not about to turn to a Trump conversation. Thank y'all for the 1,600 that ended up in here, 1,700, how many ever it was. Thank y'all so much. It's been 6 hours. I gotta go eat now. I'm not gonna be back today. I don't care what happened. If I do come back, it'll probably be in a membership. If something happens that I just have to talk about. But other than that, I'm gone. You guys have a good evening, and I'll talk to you all next time.